I train before. When I
Okay.
come back from school, I train in the evening.
Okay.
And in early in the morning around 6, I just do some fitness at around outside. But now I train on Saturdays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays.
Okay. So before we let you go, because we'll be talking to so many of your likes today, it's not about only Treasure. We have Olabukola in the house and another young boy, and also the man everybody knows as a gymnastic person in the country. You know, your dad is also going to be part of the show. So encourage people out there to participate in gymnastics.
Well, I would tell them that it is a really good sport and they should try it. It helps your brain activate, like it helps you get active. You know, some people they're just naturally dull, so gymnastics can actually make you active, and it also helps you educationally.
Okay.
So, and it gives you more, like it makes you a star. When you go for a competition, you win, you'll be happy, and people will look up to you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Treasure. I wish I can just hold on to you throughout the program, but I need to talk to other prodigy, just that not about you. So let's go for a quick break. We've been talking to Treasure Cheke. She represented Anambra in the National Youth Games. She has won many medals for herself. And if you Google Ocheke, you probably see that so many of the Ocheke participating in gymnastics, and she's just one of them. So we go for this quick break, a very short break. When we come back, we have some of these youngsters still with us. Yeah, welcome back. If you're just joining us, we'll be talking about gymnastics. Our earlier guest is Treasure Ocheke, and the newest guest we have in the house is Olubukola Alatishe. She's 7 years old, and she has been involved in gymnastics. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you.
So, why did you choose gymnastics?
Because it was pretty fun and it could get me very fit.
Okay, because...
It's really fun and it'll make me very fit.
Okay, so what part of gymnastics do you participate in? Which of them do you participate in?
I participate in...
Tumbling?
Yes.
And what? The flipping, the tumbling. Which of them do you participate in?
Both.
Both, okay. Now tell us one thing you like about gymnastics and the other sport like swimming, football, table tennis. Why did you decide to go for gymnastics?
Because it's very fun.
Okay.
And you also have to be serious doing it. And you can also have fun doing it.
Oh, you can also have fun doing it. So do you want to be a gymnast when you grow up?
Yes.
Who told you that your mom, who has been encouraging you to be a gymnast? Tell us, because a lot of girls out there are looking at you and they're like, oh, this is a star, because you're already a star in the making already, because you've been participating in events, haven't you? So
yes.
Tell us more about gymnastics. Is it your dad that has been encouraging you or your mom?
Both.
Both. So tell us how they encourage you.
They encourage me like, good job. And they're also clapping for whenever I like do competitions.
Okay. Continue. Whenever you do competitions?
Yes.
So what happens when you do competition? Tell us.
Like, it has to be, like the judges are very strict. You have to, like, there's going to be a lot of people there.
Okay. So are you always shy when you see a lot of people there?
Yes.
So
it's like it gives me a heart attack.
So how did you overcome that attack? Tell us, how do you overcome that attack?
Because I've been doing competition since.
Okay. And have you ever won gold medals in any of them?
Yes.
And is there a competition you're looking forward to? How is the school? You're a gymnast, you go to school, you're a gymnast, you go to school. How do you combine the two of them?
I also do gymnastics in my school.
Wow! Gymnastics in your school. So tell us, who encouraged you? Your teacher? Who encouraged you that?
My coach.
Tell us how they encourage you.
Like I do stunts in school, like same thing I do in the gym.
Okay. So who encouraged you the most in the gym?
My coaches and my siblings and my mother. And my father.
What's the future ambition like? Do you want to be a gymnast, or you still want to be a doctor, or you still want to be an engineer, or even while you're a doctor, you also want to be a gymnast?
I really want to be a gymnast, and I also want to be a footballer.
Also want to be a footballer. Okay, which one is coming first? Gymnastic or football?
Gymnastic.
Oh, gymnastic. Oh, that's great. So, there are competitions coming in April. You know, there's a competition coming in April.
April 12.
April 12. So what are you doing to get a medal there?
I'm going to do my routine.
Okay.
I'm going to do vault.
Okay.
That's all.
That's all. So you're only participating in vault
And floor.
on the floor. So have you won any medal there?
Yes.
So tell us when you won medal in those categories.
Like they give us bronze, silver, gold. They're scoring us. Like our perfection.
Okay. We'll be speaking with Olubokala Alatishe. She is just 7 years old, and you can see how excited she is in participating in gymnastics. Like I said, these are just the other young gymnasts still with us in the studio, so we're still going to talk to one of them. Before we now go straight to the coach to tell us why he has been putting all his effort together. So we have this also quick break we need to go to, so that we can get the coach and also the young boy who is doing well for himself. Welcome back. We've got Excel Ocheke, a National Youth Games medalist last year. That was in Delta State, and still about gymnastics. Tell us how you came across gymnastics, Excel.
Yeah, I came across gymnastics 2 years ago in Benin.
Okay.
Before I started going to the stadium, I was practicing gymnastics with my siblings at home.
Okay.
Little by little, my mom introduced me to the stadium. Then started going to the stadium, and I was very good at the sport, like very, very good. Then I was the captain of my team. Gradually, I went to youth games, 2023 youth games. I got 1 gold, 2 silver, 1 bronze. I got a gold in best all round, silver in floor, and silver in vault. So,
talking like a champion. So tell us what has been the medals when your name was called, and the medal was on your neck at the youth games. Tell us how it feels like, the moment of excitement.
well, I felt very great. Like, wow, this is my first national medal. Like, my father has been doing gymnastics in his own time. It was the best at his own time. Like me now, I want to be better than my father when I grow up. I want to make my parents proud. So
Okay.
it feels very great.
And I know the feelings when your name is called. And now tell us, what's the future like? What's your plan because what's your plan for the future? You want to be a gymnast? You want to be at the Olympics? What's your plan?
I can see right now, I can see myself at the Olympics and being better than my father in his own time. And I want to make my parents proud. But my father's my coach by my side. I believe I can be very good. I'll be greater than him. I will achieve more goals than I have right now. So
you talk like a good getter. So what's the plan? There's a game coming up. There's an event coming up in May, and it's about young lads coming together to participate in gymnastics. Do you have a target in mind?
Yeah, my goal there is to be the best among the best. I want to, go compete, take my medals, make my parents proud. I want to go there and be the best of all best.
Okay, the best of all best. So let me ask you, have you maybe combined school with gymnastics? You read, you go to school today, you go to the gym. Just tell us.
My father used to say education comes first. So when I was back there in Benin, when I come back from school, I'll go to the stadium, everyday routine. Then my dad and the sport commission had quarrels, so we stopped going to the stadium. Then last year we went for youth games in Delta State. So we came to Lagos, we trained, then we went back to Delta State and compete. We won our medals, we came back home. So
Your sister is Treasure Cheke.
yeah,
So between you and Treasure, I mean, who do you think is better when it comes to gymnastics?
it's me. But when it comes to coaching and captain, it's Treasure.
Oh, okay. I didn't ask her that question, but I know that she also has something to say. Thank you very much for being part of today's program. You've given us your time, and in the future, we hope to see you at the All-African Games, the Olympics, and the Commonwealth Games. Thank you very much, Excel. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. I'm sure I'm sure you've been enjoying that time about gymnastics. And the last guest on the show is a face known to gymnastics in the country at the National Youth Games and the National Sport Festival, Michael Ocheke. He has done so well for himself when it comes to gymnastics. He has been in the country, out of the country, and he has a lot of young lads to talk about when it comes to gymnastics. He is the brain behind many gymnastic events, tournaments in the country. So we welcome, after this break, we welcome Mike Ocheke to tell us about the future of gymnastics in the country. They still on 360 Sport and still talking about gymnastics. I have a man that is well known to gymnastics in the country. That's talking about Michael Ocheke. Is a coach, and everything that has to do with gymnastics in the country. If there's one man we need to ask, the man is by my side. It's good to have you on the show after a long while.
Thank you very much, my brother.
So, how's been the world of gymnasts?
Well, what can I say? We've been like paused for a bit.
Okay.
But I believe after the elections, we're going to have a fresh start again and have something good to talk about in this country about gymnastics. So
the gymnastic election is ongoing, or is there a date for it?
No, I think it's after the National Sports Festival, because we need an office to run everything, and I believe the federation is still stands until after the National Sports Festival in May. Then we'll have a fresh elections, and I believe whoever that's going to be coming in, I don't have a candidate, but whoever is coming in, I believe they're going to work.
Are you vying for a post?
No, right now I've been on my own for a bit to grow my club and make things happen.
Okay, make things happen. Yeah. And if you're just joining us, or if you're watching us, those young lads you saw earlier have been trained and coached by Michael Ocheke. So tell us, do you think we still have that future, that name when it comes to gymnastics in Africa?
Yes, let me start with the word yes, because if you look and see, like the little children that you saw a couple of minutes ago, these ones have given themselves to gymnastics, and we train them, build them for the tomorrow. Now that tomorrow we're talking about is not, we came from somewhere yesterday. Our tomorrow then is now, and we never achieved or attained the Olympics. But what we have seen, we've learned from our mistakes. We don't depend on the government for everything, and we see that there's a way out. And when there's a way out, we need to push these kids and make sure they come out to fill up where we did not fill. The Olympics is our goal, and these kids are ready to go there. I am ready, me and my team of coaches, doing our best with the help and assist of their parents, because these are passionate parents that have seen what we can do and believe in their children, believe in our work. So we're working together hand in hand with the parents, and hopefully, possibly, we're going to get there to the Olympics.
Yeah, for someone that we have been to the top when it comes to gymnastics in the country, what are the challenges, even regardless of the support, that you think some of these parents or the lads, the young lads, the boys, the girls are facing, and what are the major challenges for them?
Well, everybody will say money. It is all about finances. You know, if you have a well-equipped gymnastics hall today, and you have all coaches available, the equipments are there, definitely you see these kids doing amazing things. The Europeans, the Asians, they have just one head as we do. I mean, the world was surprised to see a Nigerian in the Olympics, last Olympic. Ocheke was there in Tokyo, to compete for Nigeria. He was the first Nigerian gymnast to be in the Olympics. Well, fortunately for him, he was born and brought up in the US, where there's facilities and he has some endorsement. Everything was available for him to train. He was training with the best. Simon Biles, the GOAT of them all, was training in the same gym with Ucheke. So why wouldn't he perform or improve to do that? So if we have some supports, that is why we are doing this. That's why Mayrock Gymnastics is here right now. With the caliber of parents that I have that is pushing in to make sure things work, I am sure we will have a better standard gym in less than no time, where we can train and bring up gymnasts that will represent this country, and not just represent this country, but get medals, even at the Olympics.
You've been organizing tournaments. I mean, now TV360 was one tournament in Ilukweju for some time in the past, and we also know that several tournaments we've always come when it comes to you organizing tournament. But we also know that there's a tournament coming up in June in April 12th. Am I right? What's the purpose of the tournament? Is it going to be different from every other tournament?
Okay, that's a very good one. Thank you, Mr. Model. The thing is, we've attended so many competitions lately. Now, I will give it up for all those organizers. They have been trying their best to do well. In fact, it's more better than what we get at the national level. Understand me? With no disrespect. But you know, at the national level, everything is depending on what the ministry is giving. So they have to manage the funds to organize the competitions, and these are national levels. But what we do here at the club level, it's amazing. The organizing is very, very tough. But even still, what we get from there, I think it's not enough. So from what we've gathered so far, from what we've seen, our experience, we want to show the world that Nigeria is still a sporting nation. A nation where gymnastics can thrive. You know, it is not a competition where we just come and just do this jamboree because it's a level system. No. You come, what you get, what you do is what you get. The judges, professional judges, the atmosphere we're going to be using, the podium, the hall, the equipment, it's going to be amazing. We want to discover talent. The award, we're going to be awarding the best gymnasts, both cash award and sponsorship. You know, we were looking to take gymnastics to another level. So when people come for this competition and they see what they will see, they will go back and make sure they are going to improve in what they will be doing too.
Another thing I also noticed about your career, and also is that some of your gymnasts, and they end up representing states in the national level at the youth games. I don't know how true it is, but Lagos is probably going to host the next national youth games next year. That was from the governor of the state doing an interview. If that happens or if it doesn't happen, are you expecting some of this your gymnasts to also represent that? Because that's one thing about what I know you do. So is there going to be, apart from the ones we know already, are there going to be new faces that will represent various states? Because I know there's a certain time one lady represented Kano State, and I'm sure that's from you. Some other states, you know. So are we also expecting that? Because that's going to be the best. Where after the gymnast, and we say, oh, this girl was here and she's now representing Lagos State and all that.
Thank you very much. You see, for a couple of years now, what I do is, I am a team of coaches. We train the gymnasts. We make sure they are ready for competitions, not just competing, for winning. And we push them to different states. We don't just put them in one state and just let that state take all the glory. We say, okay, you and you compete for this state, you and you compete for the other state. And at the end of the day, what you win, the glory goes to the states, each of the states. And for a while, I've been in Lagos, and even the facility I'm using, one of the facilities we're using as a club, it's a facility of Lagos State. You know, and for us to be doing that, we need to give back to Lagos State. I have an understanding with the secretary of the state's gymnastics association, and I told her that yes, we're going to give you good gymnasts that will get medals at the next national youth games, which we're working on, and I believe that will come to a manifest.
Talking about the future, lastly, before I let you go, and tell us more. Tell us more about the date and the time of that gymnastic, because you've told us the benefits of it. Tell us when it's taking place and the exact moment and time.
It's going to be on the 12th of April this year. And in fact, we're looking at next weekend, after this weekend, the next weekend. And it's going to be taking place at Beehive School in Agidingbi, Keja. Yes.
How many schools, how many gymnastic schools we expecting?
We're expecting nothing less than 200 gymnasts. And we are expecting parents and judges and coaches from different parts of Nigeria, from Abuja.
A day event?
Yes, it's going to be a day event. There are clubs coming from Abuja, there are clubs coming from Ondo State, Akure, and Port Harcourt. and the rest are from Lagos here. And I believe it's going to be a massive event. These numbers are for clubs. Schools numbers we are not certain yet, but I believe it will be probably around 60 to 70. So in a nutshell, we're looking at more than 270 gymnasts.
What has been the motivating factor? I need to ask you because I was saying, you gymnastics, and all that.
You can see
what has been the motivating factor?
Gymnastics to me is a life, not a job. When I was little, when I started gymnastics early 90s, I wanted to go to the Olympics. I have this dream. I trained to a level whereby they compared me to the best in the world as at then on floor. Now, on floor and vaults, I was the best in the country. Not just best in the country, in the continent, I was the best. But I didn't go to the Olympics. I didn't make it to the Olympics. It was unfortunate. Even my wife, when she started training, her goal was to get to the Olympics, but no. I led my team to the first ever team medal in Congo Brazzaville 2015. I was a captain and I led my team. So did my wife in 2019. She was the captain of the female team and she led them to their first ever medal too, at a bronze medal. Yes, but unfortunately we couldn't go. Now my children, I want to take them and other kids I'm training to that same Olympics. I want to go there. That is my drive. If I didn't go there to win, I will go there as a coach to compete. If my gymnasts are winning, then I'm more than a winner.
Yeah. It's good to have you on the show. Thank you very much, Michael Chike.
Glad to be here.
Obviously, we'll be talking to you during the event and afterwards about the events. Thank you very much for being part of the show. It's a moment of gymnastics for those of us who are watching you, and if you want to be part of the show, you can join us on all our social media platforms to be part of where the conversation never ends. And let's not forget, April 12 is a day you need to keep in mind where gymnastic events is taking place, and we'll probably get the reports of some of these stories on our news bulletin about the event that is taking place in April 12. Thank you very much. Muda Shishitu, thanks for watching.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون ليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جا وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Hello and welcome. Now, the rescue of 60 kidnapped victims from captivity from Diray, Zango Kataf and Kagarko local government areas of Kaduna State, northwest Nigeria, recently has reignited the conversation now on ransom payments to kidnappers and what should be done to stem the tide in Nigeria. Now, the victims, comprising 35 males and 25 females, were rescued on Sunday, April 7th by troops of 1st Division of Nigerian Army in a coordinated operation supported by other security and intelligence agencies. While handing over the rescued victims to their families at the National Counter-Terrorism Center in Abuja, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, strongly cautioned against the payment of ransom to kidnappers, describing it now as one of the biggest enablers of criminal activities in the country. Here's part of what he said.
Please stop giving money to these people. It's one of the worst things that is happening. It's the most difficult thing we have faced. Many of these people, as you see them, their families are giving money to these people. But it did not lead to their own release. No. It is we, the security forces, that have got them out. It's not the money that they are giving. These people, the more you give, the more you are compounding the problem for us. We have never given anybody a dime. We don't. And we don't want people to do so. Please stop it. Inadvertently, it may be helping this thing. And we are saying enough is enough. We will not be able to stop this thing quickly if people continue to give them money. I want to make a very strong appeal to all. It's understandable. When someone of yours is in captivity, you will do whatever it takes for you to get him back. But this is counterproductive. It's actually encouraging for it to continue. The whole essence is to get money. And if you continue to give them, you are actually saying go and do more and more. We are appealing to our people, to the country, to everybody, that please, let's stop giving this money. Give us a chance for us to do the work. We'll get it done.
Now, the NSA reaffirmed the government's unwavering commitment to dismantling kidnapping networks and restoring peace and security across all regions. Now, the truth is that kidnap for ransom is now a huge trade, if you like. And to be candid, it has gone global. Even though it is in contention, one report by the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics says between May 2023 and April 2024, Nigerians paid a staggering sum of 2.23 trillion naira now in ransom payments to kidnappers. That figure, captured in the agency's latest crime experience and security perception survey, underscores the alarming scale of kidnapping in the country. Amid the issue of ransom payment, Governor Babagana Zulum of Borno State has sounded a stark warning over a resurgence now of Boko Haram activities in the state, declaring that recent waves of attacks and territorial advances now by the insurgents suggest the government is losing ground in its counter-terrorism efforts. The government said, the governor, said the recent breaches signify an erosion of gains made in the counter-terrorism or counter-insurgency campaign, He called on the federal government to ramp up its response by deploying advanced technological warfare tools, enhancing troop strength, and focusing more attention on Borno's Sahelian zones, which border Chad, Niger, and Cameroon, regions, of course, that have long served as operational corridors for insurgents. Here's what the governor said specifically.
It seems we are losing ground. There is urgent need for aggressive military action and actionable intelligence to counter the insurgency. The recent attacks on Savangari, Damboa, Wulgo, Baga, and Momono point to the need to up our ante in confronting the Boko Haram insurgency decisively and swiftly. We should not grant breathing space to the Boko Haram to regroup, rearm, and carry out attacks on our territory. By engaging in relentless patrols, picketing, and decapitation missions, our troops should defeat and end the insurgency in time so that our recovery plan will progress without let or hindrance. The resettlement plan of the Borno State government is in high gear, with new towns and villages earmarked for return of our IDPs to their ancestral homes. Without tight and efficient security, our resettlement campaign will not succeed. We are also appealing to the federal government of Nigeria and the Nigerian military to do something about the Northeast, because right now we don't have single attack helicopter in Borno State. These attack helicopters were taken away from Borno State to the southwestern, northwestern states. We are not saying no. While trying to maintain law and order in northwestern state, they should also not be unmindful of the northeastern state. We have the federal government has procured 3 armed drones from Turkey to the northeast. All these things were taken away to northwest. Virtually, the northeast is now standing alone. No attention will be receiving from the Ministers of Defense in terms of equipment and others. While we are saying we appreciate them, this is time that they should also give us a listening ear. Otherwise, the security situation in Borno State has started deteriorating.
Well, I'm now being joined on the program to help shed more light on all of this by Patrick Agbambu, who is a security consultant. He joins us from Abuja. Patrick, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let us start with the last issue now, which is, of course, not the payment of ransom now, but let's discuss the alarm now raised by the governor of Borno State about the seeming resurgence of Boko Haram. We've seen a wave of attacks that the governor actually mentioned there. We've seen military bases now raided, and of course there have been casualties as well, and these terrorists cutting away weapons. These were things that, for a long time I would say Borno was relatively quiet, but it appears it's changing now, and the governor coming out to say it appears we're losing ground, and then he talked about the absence of attack helicopters and military equipment now that they've all been shipped to the northwest. What's your take on this? What do you think is going on here?
Yeah, thank you very much for having me. The governor is not far from the truth. What he said is the true situation of what is happening right now in Borno State. The only area I disagree with him is that he should have done what he did yesterday when he visited the security chiefs to interact with them before coming public to raise the alarm. But he raised the alarm before coming to meet with them. So it didn't quite go down well with me. Having been someone that has studied the situation in Borno State and counter-terrorism situation in Nigeria. So that is the only thing. But what he said is the truth. There have been attacks in that houses, and I must tell you that everywhere in Nigeria will be bothered. It's not because the security forces are not trying their best, but there's an existing challenge. The challenge is that the last time the military got strong equipment, enablers to put this work during the previous immediate past government. Since this new government, just only the orders that were made by the previous government that is still being received and still being used. And whereas we have now another contending zone, which is the Northwest. And so the military had to re-strategize, but by moving some of the equipment that were in the Northeast to the Northwest to tackle the banditry activities over there. Yes, of course, these terrorists may have also noticed that they will see that, and that would have given them the boldness to now start these recent attacks we started experiencing recently. Really, even though the military heads may not be able to say all this, but I'll tell you that there is need for the government to re-equip the military and expand the essence, the capacity of them to be able to cover the whole country in terms of with the equipment.
We're seeing security challenges erupt in other places as well. I mean, it's not as if it's too good in the Southwest. You know, an alarm was raised recently, the North Central too. So, and if you have security issues now coming up in these various locations, it definitely means that we're going to have a challenge with the stockpile of equipment we have, right?
Yes, that is the truth. They just said it. It's the good thing about what the governor of Borno State said is that I believe the government should be serious with restocking and improving what the military has currently. I do not see why they will have to move some of these enablers that were helping to hold down the northeast to northwest. Arrangements should have been made to quickly get other enablers for the northwest. I know that during the previous administration, some of the attack helicopters and attack fighter jets were positioned in Kainji, in Niger State, to cover the northwest, and so that was being used for the northwest. But moving some of other enablers from the northeast to northwest actually has created a vacuum. We're having challenge currently in the north central, and like you said, the northwest. So we do not even have enough, apart from maybe the ground forces and all that. And we may have the same problem in northwest if the government does not carry out a stock gap. Yes, I agree that military hardware and enablers are not something you buy off shelf, but arrangements should have been made immediately after the new government came in to ensure that orders are being placed and specifications are being made for the current challenges we are having.
Let's turn our attention now to the issue of ransom payment. You had the National Security Advisor, I mean, you had the soundbite there asking people not to pay, but some would argue that, look, it's easy to say people shouldn't pay ransom, but in reality, it's a very difficult thing to implement, especially when, you consider the kind of pressure these kidnappers bring to bear on their victims, even going to the extent of killing some people. So you listen to the National Security Advisor. Of course, he makes a very valid point that ransom payment enables the continuation of this crime. But how do you think this situation can actually be dealt with?
Yeah, you see, I agree with the National Security Advisor in saying that people should know, because the more you pay, the more we continue to have this nemesis, I would call it, for us. It's a business that has been tagged a business with the low risk and high profit, and it's very attractive for criminals to go into. And of course, because they play on the emotions of the family members of the victims, and money will continue to exchange hands. How be it, I believe that government has more of the work to do. it's interesting to know that part of the reason why cashless activity, banking, cashless economy is being encouraged is to help to checkmate the movement of cash and payment of ransom. But unfortunately, the policy, I would say, maybe was not well properly managed when it was introduced, because the few months when that it was exercised or practiced in the country, we noticed that kidnapping dropped drastically. I think that government, more than just asking people, families not to pay ransom, should ensure that even if ransoms are paid, these monies can be traced, and those people should be arrested. Because telling family members not to pay ransom is easy to say, but I tell you that it's quite difficult, because first, these kidnappers want these families don't involve the security forces. If you involve the security forces, who will kill your relative, and that put more fears in them. So there are even more money that may have been paid that are unrecorded, uncaptured by the system. So I think that while it's encouraging, while it's good to encourage people not to pay ransom, government must do everything to ensure that those kidnappers can be gotten through the various accounting systems. Because if they know that there's no cash in the system, then they will rather ask for you to do transfer. And of course, if transfer is done, it can be traced. I know that sometimes in early 2023, when this was going on, some of them started asking to pay ransom in dollars. But when they also noticed that it's not easy for them to change it, then they stopped this kidnapping activity. So government should rather be more ingenious by looking for a way to ensure that these kidnappers can be arrested, even if ransom is being paid.
And it's quite instructive that one of the victims who was released recently as a former NYC DG, General Siga, of course, the military celebrated him, rescued by the military, but then, later information filtered in that some ransom had been paid before even the military intervention. And I think, it's partly what the National Security Advisor referenced when he said, look, some of those families had actually made ransom payments, but then they were still held there until the military intervened. So, and people have said, look, if a retired military general, the former brigadier general, could be forced to pay ransom, then it paints a clear picture of how difficult the situation is, and how difficult it will be to stop this ransom payment altogether.
Yes, and I've had some people tell me to my face that if a whole general ransom could be paid for on behalf of a whole general, what's about bloody civilians? So who is actually saving the country? Yes, and it's true, and it's quite troubling, because when that news broke, when the appreciation letter, so to say, came out from the guy who coordinated it, I really felt that it was actually a situation that should have been well managed properly, if at all it was paid. But some of the people who may have paid, at least it was for the guy to clear his name, that the money that you contributed was actually paid, and he had to do what he did. But I expected a better strategic communication system to be able to not to put the kind of feeling that Nigerians are having now, because I tell you, that incident had made most Nigerians to lose faith, and they're now feeling that they are hopeless if they are being kidnapped, because the system cannot help them. So rather, ransom must be paid. So it's one thing that the government should try to buy back the confidence of the people, and by ensuring that situations like this are properly managed.
I totally agree with you. And later, of course, we saw General Siga himself doing a video and literally confirming that, thanking those who contributed and literally confirming that money actually exchanged hands. But, you know, just as you said, it's really unfortunate. But Patrick Agbambu, thank you very much for coming on the program and sharing your thoughts with us. Thanks a lot.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back for another perspective on all of this issue. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians have said in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
DG360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, the sole administrator of River State, retired Vice Admiral Iboke Teibas, has come under heavy criticism for appointing local government administrators for the 23 local government areas of the state, despite a restraining order by a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt. Ibas has also appointed a new chairman and members of the River State Independent Electoral Commission in view of conducting local government elections in the state. Now, a public announcement released by the Secretary to the State Government, Lucky Warioka, noted that all the appointments took effect from last Monday. In a separate development, Ibas also cancelled all pending procurement and tender processes carried out by ministries, departments, and agencies in the state. He said the cancellation became necessary following the Supreme Court judgment and the absence of an appropriation law within the period. Now, Ibas's decision came less than 24 hours after a federal high court judge ordered him to appear before him now to justify why the court should not grant a motion seeking to stop him from appointing administrators for the 23 local government areas. Well, let's try to dissect all of this. And now being joined on the program by legal practitioner Fred Nzako, who joins us from Lagos. Also joining us from Abuja is another legal expert and political affairs analyst, Adewale Ajadi. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Let me start with you, Mr. Ajadi. The actions now taken by the sole administrator with regards to the appointment of the 23 caretaker, I don't know whether to call them administrators now, administrators at the local government level. What's your take on it? Of course, we know this is subject, is still is a subject of litigation, but then he's gone ahead to appoint them. But there's a debate as to whether he has that powers to do it.
Well, if there's a court order that tells him not to do it, it stands to reason. Simple separation of powers, the constitutional powers, these are very straightforward things. But one would give him the benefit of doubt that maybe he was not aware of the court order or the actions, there are other things we don't know about. But it seems to me very straightforward.
But look, if there was no court order in the first place, would he have the powers to do it? I mean, to appoint administrators? Because some of the arguments before now is that, look, whether there was a court order or not, that he doesn't have the powers to appoint administrators for local government administration in the state.
Well, this is just a wider debate as to whether his appointment was legal or not, where it's a wider issue whether the last decision of the Supreme Court granting a certain autonomy to the local government covers these issues. But those are wider arguments. Those are fairly more complex, and the court will eventually decide this matter. They're arguable. But the real issue is, could he make a decision against a court order, a subsisting court order that prevents him from doing that? That's the real no-brainer in the whole issue. The others are arguable by lawyers on either side. But the fundamental issue is, should he be in the position whereby he's now put himself
where he's made a decision to appoint these people. And there's an existing court order saying that he should suspend those things until this matter is brought duly before the court and properly argued from his side.
Mr. Nzakwe, of course, the sole administrator has been summoned by the court. He is to appear before the judge to explain his reasons and all of that. Of course, we'll wait for the outcome of that process now, what he has to put forward as a defense. But looking at all of this, would you say that the sole administrator, even if there was no court order, actually had the powers to appoint local government administrators?
I do not think, in all seriousness and in all honesty, that his mandate goes to include appointment of sole administrators for local government areas. His mandate could be gleaned from the address by Mr. President on the day he was announced, on the day the state of emergency was declared, and thereafter it was announced. Naturally, in matters like this, because he's not an elected governor of the state, he was appointed by the president upon the creation of state of emergency. We expect that there should be a job description for him. And people will very easily believe or feel that the job description is to hold on, ensure there is peace and harmony in Rivers State. And when things are put in proper perspective, then he can now hand over and leave the stage, because he was not elected to lead the state as a governor. Now, whether he has the authority to appoint administrators for local government is very arguable. And I stand on the side to say that he does not have such authority. His mandate does not include that, because on two reasons, on two grounds. One, the Supreme Court has ordered in a judgment recently that any local government that is not run by elected leadership should not benefit from federation account allocation. And that was why Mr. Sim Fubara held a local government election that eventually was swept off by the same Supreme Court. Now, the heads of local governments that are equal in ranking to permanent secretaries in the ministries are the ones holding forth now, holding on the management and the running the affairs of local government. And essentially, they are civil servants. So they are not political appointees, neither are they administrators. They are civil servants, they are heads of the system. So I believe that the Supreme Court order will be kind to heads of local government, in which case they would draw money from federation account and run the local governments the way they are expected to do so, and not the sole administrators. And I strongly believe that the appointment of sole administrators for local government is ultra-fires the capacity, the mandate, and the powers of the sole administrator of the state. So, and moreover, the court has also given an order that he should not do so, and he went ahead and did so. My good friend, Mr. Jadi, said you give him benefit of the doubt. He may not have known. But I tell you that there is no such doubt. He is aware, he is only not obeying the court order. And if you still continue to give him benefit of the doubt, let us watch and see whether he will go to court to defend his action, which of course is indefensible.
Can it be argued, I'm just wondering, can it be argued that, look, under a state of emergency, you would not expect that, everything would go, you would expect that extraordinary measures, just as the Constitution said, would be taken. And so that, the sole administrator's actions now can be excused because we're talking about an emergency here, and that, look, whether we like it or not, governance, there needs to be some form of governance, even at the local government level. So could that be an excuse for these appointments?
The situation now in Rivers and actions and pronouncements of the sole administrator of the state points to the fact that the sole administrator is now playing politics. He seems to be overreaching himself and be playing politics of Rivers State by the actions and his pronouncement. Because he seems to be upstaging thwarting and removing all the existing structure that was planted by Sim Cobra and replacing them with structures that are loyal to Mr. Wike. That is the opinion of people of River.
That's the opinion of some people.
That's the opinion of many people in River State. Those who are on ground. I'm not on ground, but his actions, I know, goes beyond his mandate. The mandate was to hold peace in Rivers and not to upstage the structure. So, but what he's doing is that he's removing every appointee. So, are they not people? Are they not Rivers people? So, what is the ground for removing almost all the appointees that were made by the governor? So, if anybody wants to argue that the people who believe that he's playing politics are not correct, what else is he doing? The mandate says, keep the peace in Rivers, because Mr. President said that it was on account of two major issues. One, demolition of the House of Assembly. So if he's facing the issue of House of Assembly complex now, that will be fine. Of course, the work is ongoing. The second one was that there was a bomb blast, and there was an accusation against the governor that he was in bed with agitators and boys who detonated the bomb. Those were the arguments. So, having been brought in as a naval officer, the whole idea is that he knows the sea and the water and all that are going on in the seas and in the water. And that was why he was applauded by some section of the country that Solomon has come to judgment. But he seems to most people that he is now playing the politics of Rivers even more than Rivers people.
All right.
So it is important
Mr. Jadi, you know, the appointment of this sole administrator, I mean, was always going to be very controversial. And, you know, the position, of course, whoever, I mean, there's no question at all that, you know, the sole administrator will be walking a fine line in most of his actions, considering, you know, the foul political environment he's operating in. But you look at all of this and some of what Mr. Nzako has said. What would be your take on them?
Well, I think that in retrospect, the president ought to reconsider how he's done this. The intention to try and stabilize the situation might be, unfortunately, add fuel to the fire that exists in Rivers State. I know Rivers State very well, and I worked there for a few years. And unfortunately, I mean, not too personalizing, unfortunately, it takes a great deal of restraint to work in that environment without adding more problems to the situation. And that means that there should be at least an effort to consult with the people on all sides, to take decisions with restraints and patience, to exercise judgment that wins the confidence of the majority of the people, not act like he is. He's an ex-military officer. And I would have never put an ex-military officer in that situation because it sends two very important messages. One, that when we're in crisis, the military people are the best people to resolve this situation. That's a very dangerous thing to put out there. Secondly, and perhaps most importantly, that the concerns and the tribulations of the people are subject to that of the ruling classes. That's not true either. And whatever the competition is between the ruling classes, effort should be made to ensure that the voice of the people predominates the choices that are being made. I would have wanted the president to consult with the people widely before making such decisions and to ensure that there is some kind of body that person can interact with. Right now, he's making sole decisions based on his own judgment. You can't fault him. That's his own experience. But the consequences will be far-reaching. And no matter how wise he is, he's going to upset quite a lot of the people in those decisions. But be that as it may, I think you don't start by ignoring court orders of any sort. The constitutionality of governance in Nigeria is the predominant issue. If you're acting extra-constitutionally, in any way or manner, you are sowing seeds of incredible discord in a place like Rivers, because there are people willing and ready to take over such situation, exploit it, and create chaos.
Now, something else I want to ask you. Look, you look at the situation in Rivers State. You would expect that by now, all the sides of the conflict would be trying to come together, to try and resolve their differences. You'd be expecting some kind of rapprochement among themselves. You expect that, you see some kind of peace process or initiative going on. But what we're seeing is that all the camps are digging in. They are digging in and digging in hard. So isn't that a problem as well?
Well, it is certainly a problem, but you have to understand we used to talk when I used to work in Rivers about the economy of violence in Rivers State, not just in Rivers State, across the Niger Delta, in fact. There are always actors in place ready to exploit any signs of conflict. And the most important thing is to help the people develop solutions and ways to resolve it. The sole administrator has the primary responsibility to build confidence and do fence mending measures across the board. He's not there to judge one side as being right, side as being wrong. And I can understand why my colleague thinks that he's being political in that case. Because if he takes action that doesn't seem to consider how other people, the different perspectives in the state, you face this kind of consequences.
No, but let's face it. Let's face it. Is it the responsibility of the sole administrator to reconcile these politicians? I mean, can these politicians actually begin the process on their own? I mean, why do they have to? Why do they need the sole administrator to do that for them?
Well, to at least pacify the situation. If he's not there to pacify the situation, why is he the sole administrator? What the impression we were given was that he was nominated to that position to stabilize the situation and to prevent greater conflict from occurring. Well, then that is the essence of it. It is to pacify the people, to make sure that there is rapprochement, and that when there is elections, it is not in a tense environment where the people can't effectively vote and select, or whatever it is that is decided is the next thing.
Mr. Zaka, tell me what you think about this. I mean, this idea of all the sides digging in and not yielding ground at all. It's a problem.
Yes, it's a problem. The rapprochement you expected from them, the unification that one expected from them, will not come, because they are not digging in because of the welfare of the people. They are digging in because of their political survival, their political interest, and the strengthening of their political structure. And when politics is all about self, myself, and I, the people's interest and welfare becomes not just secondary, but very, very abysmal. And that is exactly what is going on in Rivers. The gladiators are more interested in themselves, defending their political family, defending their political hegemony and structure, than thinking of the interests of the people. It's only when they think of the welfare and the interests of the people that the rapprochement will make a meaning. And when you call them to a round table to negotiate and discuss, then they will come willingly to be able to continue to serve the people. But in this particular instance, the such unity will be very, very perfect. And I agree with my colleague that the sole administrator has a mandate to unify the people and not to play politics in the place. Because some of the actions he's taking are actions that are far-fetched, that are very, very far-reaching. Take, for example, the constitution of State Independent Electoral Commission. So what does that tell you? It tells you that the man may not be willing or ready to leave at the expiration of the 6 months.
No, but he doesn't have a choice, does he?
Well, he has a choice. He could lobby for an extension.
No.
And he could create the circumstances and the environment that will compel Mr. President to extend for him. And that is why the people of Rivers are shouting now that, oh, look, the man has come to play politics. They are trying to send signal to Mr. President that he has sent a big politician to Rivers State. So when the people in Abuja hear that, they will begin to watch. And it is important that, because Mr. President says anything he needs consultation, he should consult with Abuja. So I think it is important that he consult. Because the way he's going, I do not think it is within the mandate that was given to him.
Well, at the end of the day, I think he will still have to answer to the National Assembly, because we know that his mandate was later amended. So we'll just wait and see how it all plays out. Gentlemen, thank you very much for coming on the program. Unfortunately, we're out of time. Adewale Ajadi, thank you very much for your time. Fred and Zako, thanks also for coming. Thank you. All right, we'll take a short break and we'll be right back. Stay with us. Don't go away.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts, and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians say in this part of the world. A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Welcome back. Now, Nigeria's health system is struggling due to the brain drain of medical professionals, leading to shortages of skilled personnel and impacting service delivery and patient outcomes. Now, the nation's coordinating Minister of Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Mohammed Pate, recently said over 16,000 Nigerian doctors have left the country in the last 5 to 7 years to seek greener pastures abroad. It's no doubt a worrying situation. Dr. Pate also revealed that the doctor-to-population ratio in the country is now 3.9%, 3.9 now per 10,000, while the estimated cost of training one doctor exceeds $21,000, a figure, of course, that reflects the magnitude of public financing leaving the country. The minister further lamented that nurses and midwives who have left also thinned the number of healthcare workers in the country. According to him, the migration of health professionals from developing countries is not new, but it has accelerated in recent years. Pate emphasized that the phenomenon offers an opportunity to rethink and reshape the policies to manage the valuable health workforce in ways that benefit our countries first and foremost. Well, joining me to shed more light on this is Dr. Tuyume Baodu, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Medway Health Limited, based in Lagos. Doc, thank you very much for coming on the program. The minister's revelation, of course, quite worrying. 16,000 doctors leaving the country in the last 5 to 7 years. How worrying is the situation? Because it must be a lot of workload for those of you who are left behind and trying to save lives in the country.
Yeah, very concerning. Nobody will be happy with that amount of doctors leaving your health landscape. More importantly, when your capacity to produce more doctors is constrained. Not just doctors leaving Nigeria and going abroad, but doctors even in Nigeria leaving the medical practice and doing some other work. So they are both internal JACPA and external JACPA. So we're documenting the external one. But the reflection can be better grasped when you now look at the medical and dental council record and figure out that, barely we have less than 30,000 doctors practicing in Nigeria. This is a country, by 2030, at only about 5 years' time, our population will be 263 million people. And for 263 million people, you are getting barely 50,000 doctors catering for them. There's no way you can deliver health outcomes with that numbers. And then if you look at that, our capacity to produce doctors in this country is just about 3,000 doctors. Total number of doctors produced by both every medical school in Nigeria, 3,000 every year. And our shortfall is 250,000 doctors. So you can imagine, even if you are doing 3,000 every year consistently, the number of years is going to take for you to produce 250,000 to even meet that minimum standard before you start talking of supporting and maintaining. So it's a dire state, very, very dire state we find ourselves in. And then the thing is even worsened by the fact that recurrent strikes, industrial actions. I can tell you, until last week, that when the medical senior consultants, they were on strike in the southwestern part of Nigeria, keeping the medical student at home. So it is what it is. Capacity to train, capacity to even absorb those numbers. If you look at the absorption rate, if it's about 7%, maybe in Suka about 23%. So people want to become doctors, they don't have a space because in reality, there are not enough people to train them. So it has to be a holistic approach. It's not just by some paying lip service to policy of health workforce migration. It's not just things that kind of lip service.
What do you make of that policy? I mean, you just talked about that policy because that's a policy that the government launched not quite long ago. That's the policy on health workforce migration, and the whole idea, as the minister explained, is to check migration. Talking about better incentives for doctors, talking about providing, better equipment and all of that. It's a whole lot, quite encompassing now, I should say. What do you make of that policy? You think the policy will go far enough to address the situation?
First, let's commend the minister for thinking of that kind of policy, especially at this time. Unlike previous ministers who rather claim that we have sufficient doctors and we can now import them. Of course, we remember Adewale, who wants doctors to come and be sewing cloth. We remember Gige, who said that we have too many doctors and we can then export as many as possible. But this minister is being realistic and talk to the meat of the matter. So we're happy that he spoke about it. But of course, we understand the incentives given to doctors, either in terms of training, tax breaks, some collaboration with foreign countries, and all that to help encourage that, and then moving them to rural areas with government support. That is nice. That's very good. But there are fundamentals on which this policy can stand on. Number one fundamental is trust. You will agree with me, Badmos, that there is a breakdown of trust between government and the governed, and it has not returned. You've seen severally government making promises to doctors, resident doctors, and those promises are just promises. It never got implemented. That's number one. So we have to actually firm up the trust between us if we want this policy to work. Secondly, there are subnationals to health delivery. Federal government can have a beautiful policy papers. Have you domiciled in Zamfara? Have you domiciled in River? Have you domiciled in Lagos? So there are, okay, look at the issue of minimum wage, for instance. Beautiful as it is and wanting to drive anything, how many states are paying minimum wage? This policy will suffer the same fate where a governor will tell you that, listen, I don't have resources to manage those kind of things. And that will raise a lot of issues. No, and then fine-tuning, okay, because at the end of the day, you have to look at the issue of labor, migration law, and trying to limit people from moving around. And for some of us, it becomes concerning when government try to frame the medical profession as a corporate benefiting from their subsidies. That can even be queried. Let's face it, every graduate in Nigeria every graduate from Nigeria has benefited or is benefiting from these subsidies. Lawyers, journalists, politicians, everybody that benefits because you've gone to school, did you pay the right thing? But again, even at that, doctors still pay far, far more. And then there's no scholarship to say that if you are studying medicine, you are studying nursing, you are studying pharmacy, this is a special scholarship for federal government for you. So what are we talking about? So when you frame a particular profession to look good, it's not proper. It will bring antagonism, it will bring quarrel, it will bring disagreement. So don't let us, they should stop that framing, because every time I hear that, oh, we have spent $21,000 to train each doctor, and there's a huge loss for us. And I ask them, how much did you use to train lawyers? how much do you use to train politicians and accountants? When they are leaving, even IT guys, when they are leaving, are they not huge loss to you? So what incentive are you giving to them? And I can tell you from personal experience that even some of us that have children in medical school, we know that we pay. We pay, honestly, we pay. If you have, whether you're a government institution or in private institution, you pay. So the government should, first of all, drop that kind of perception. It will raise anger and annoyance within people. Let us discuss honestly how we can deal with challenge of human resources for health. And of course, the capacity to expand training is nice. But again, you want to expand training, Deji. You want to expand training. Look at it. You have to absorb more medical students. You have to get more medical student teachers. You have to get more equipment, arrange hostels for them, put all these things together. This is a holistic thing. So in reality, you have to go and reframe the structure of your university to be able to absorb those people. It's not just by signing papers and reading it on. It's not just by press releases. Then secondly, after the number of, you have to assure that these people will not spend 10 years for a 6 years course. It's very disheartening. It will erode their what I call their commitment to the nation. Don't allow that to happen. And then thirdly, there's residency, which means that you have to train specialized cadre of medical doctors. And even at that, when these doctors have finished training, to even have a place to absorb them for housemanship or internship is difficult. They come to me every time looking for somebody who can press button for them. We can't pretend as if we don't know that all these things are happening. And after that, some of them that have even done that and are looking for jobs, you have to go and meet one politician, you have to go here, you have to go there. They won't give you
essentially what you're saying, doctor, is that look, yes, it's true we have shortage of doctors, but even those who have stayed back, those who are they just can't find job as well. And you're right. I mean, I've had situations.
They can't find job.
Yes,
they can't find job. Yeah, they can't find job. And then when this guy stay in his house, first year, second year, he's not finding job. You don't want him to go and write foreign exam and go away. What do you think he'll be feeling? Despite all the investment the parents has put on him, despite the fact that he has a life to live, you are not giving him job, and you are bringing policy to say that he cannot go away. I mean, that's quite untidy. So in reality, there are factors, there are grand factors we need to resolve clearly and clearly. If you want to be sincere, I am not talking about politics of health. Like I've always mentioned over and over, the politics of health is the real problem of policy of health. You might want to sound nice, okay, but on the ground, let us put this thing on the ground. And then you look at it that even recently, we've seen quite a lot of hospitals being attacked. We've seen doctors being kidnapped, ransom being paid. And then you want, if they can escape from kidnappers, then you want them to do what? To come and stay and be running around and saying that, listen, I'm patriotic. You saw one dentist that was on the way to pick something and then travel abroad. She ended up in the hands of kidnappers in that Abuja Kaduna tree, and of course she died. So let's get our basics right. And here we are. You've seen doctors tell you that they are really committed to establishing facilities to train more people to make themselves, to make more doctors available in Nigeria, and they have to pay 2-point-something million for NEPA. Please, let's be honest. We've not started talking about how to address these issues. There are external issues to health that is affecting health. There are even deeper health issues that is affecting health. And then if you want to rank universities, medical schools in Africa, of course, yes, you probably see Nsukka, maybe in Africa, coming at number 24 or so, maybe if 23 and if 24 and all that kind of thing. But even at that, tell you, if I want to do stem cell technology, and that's my area in medicine, that which is of course are the new things in medicine. Which university will do it in Nigeria? Which university will do it? Must everybody be gynecologists? So in reality, we have not addressed that issue. So, and then to address that issue, we know that first and foremost, we must actually have to go and reform our education system. If you don't reform the education system and you're talking about doctors running away, not running away, we're still wasting our time. You have to move money into the medical training
Unfortunately,
facilities.
we haven't got time. Unfortunately, we haven't got time. But let me ask you this final question before we end this. For some of you who have decided to stay, I mean, you are here. I believe you have doctors who are working for you who are here as well, and you must have met several other young doctors who are here as well. What is the motivation for you to stay back?
You see, first and foremost, it has never been my style to stay abroad. If I had wanted to stay abroad, as far back as 1999 or 2000, I would have been in America, because that was around the first time I entered America, and I was thinking of staying until I looked at the whole process and felt that no, Nigeria needs more doctor. If I had wanted to stay, but of course, when I went studying in Sweden, they asked me whether I'm going to stay back. I said no, I'll go back to Nigeria. There must be something in you that puts you in Nigeria and want to serve. Of course, then my own mother was falling sick. I can't leave her for anybody, and I have so many other people that will fall into that category.
Over 40 people in midnight attack on Zike in Bassa Plateau. Governors reject coalition plans ahead of 2027. And House of Reps sets up 19-member oversight committee amid Rivers State emergency rule. Welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Adigun. We begin in Plateau State, where at least 40 people have been killed after armed men stormed Zike community in the Kwal district of Bassa local government area, north-central Nigeria. According to reports, the brutal assault began in the early hours of Monday, with the assailants shooting sporadically at residents. Community leaders say vigilantes responded to the attack and repelled the assailants, but not before 36 people were killed, with 4 more dying later. Some other residents sustained gunshot wounds and are receiving medical attention at the hospital. The latest attack comes less than 2 weeks after 52 persons were killed in some communities of the Bakwas local government area. Other victims were killed in the villages of Rui, Manguna and Dafo. And following the explosion of an improvised explosive device attack along the Damboa-Maiduguri highway in Borno State, Governor Babagana Zulum has reiterated his administration's resolve to decisively eliminate the remnants of Boko Haram and prevent any resurgence of insurgency in the state. The governor made the statement during a visit to victims of the blast who are currently receiving treatment at the hospital in Maiduguri. 8 others died in the incident. The explosion comes just days after the state government raised concerns over the increasing attacks on military installations and the continued occupation of Marte, Guazamala and Apadam local government areas by armed groups. Reacting to recent remarks by the Federal Minister of Information, Governor Zulum dismissed them as uninformed, saying that the minister lacks a proper understanding of the security realities on ground in Borno State.
IED explosion between Maiduguri and Damboa Road. But unfortunately, the road was closed for about 1 month. And I believe this is one of the reasons why the insurgents have decided to come and plant IEDs, because of lack of vehicular movement along the road. But I want to advise the communities to be resilient enough. I want to advise the Nigerian army to be resilient. There's no way people will travel a distance of 700 kilometers to go to Damboa. Ordinarily, from here to Damboa is only about 100 kilometers. So I'm aware of what has been happening, but I believe the matters arising shall be dealt with, and then we shall strengthen the resilience of the community, but we shall ensure that movement from Maiduguri to Damboa should continue. This will not deter us from the general military and all other security agencies to beef up security along the road so that such incidents will not happen again.
In Lagos, 4 of the victims of Friday's explosion at a closed-circuit television dealer's shop in the Ikeja area are said to be in critical condition. This comes after one of the victims died on Saturday. The Lagos State Police Command had earlier confirmed that 5 persons had been injured in the explosion, which occurred around 6:35 p.m. Police Public Relations Officer CSP Benjamin Hundeyin added that the 5 individuals injured during the explosion were taken to the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital for treatment. In politics, governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) have dismissed speculations of a possible merger ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governors reiterated their positions at the 2025 PDP Governors Forum held in Ibadan, Oyo State on Sunday. The chairman of the PDP Governors Forum and Governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who read the communique after the meeting, said as a major opposition party, the PDP will welcome any other party, persons or groups that are willing to join the party with a view to wrest power and enthrone good leadership in 2027. Let's get reactions to the PDP's rejection of a coalition. A chieftain of the party, General Deyeme, joins from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Thank you very much for your time. Now, what's your reaction to the unanimous resolve by the PDP governors against joining any coalition or merger ahead of the 2027 elections? The party, however, says it will welcome other parties, persons or groups that are willing to merge with it.
The governors actually spoke the minds of virtually all the members of PDP. Because if you look at PDP, PDP has become a brand in Nigeria that cannot be erased in whatever form. Yes, there may be issues, there may be crises here and there, but that is not to say that you can underrate what PDP stands for or what PDP is. So if other political party, group, or whoever wants to join the party, they are all welcome. Not that the PDP as a political party will be submerged in other political parties. We are a brand name. If you look at APP, if you look at NNPP, they are child of PDP because their leadership emerged from that from PDP to form, all these political parties. So if there is going to be a coalition, what the right thing is for them to come back to their home, which is the PDP. And that is exactly what the governor are saying. And we believe that they have spoken the minds of all the PDP members in the country.
Now, it's obvious that the PDP is keen on retaining its spot as an opposition party. But in light of its challenges, which you also mentioned, can the PDP withstand pressures come 2027?
Just like I said, 24 hours is a long time in politics. And don't forget that very soon we'll be having our national convention where we'll be electing new officials, to manage the affairs of the party. And for the mere fact that the governors are able to come together and meet, deliberate on the futures of the party, gives us give us the hope that all the crises will be resolved very soon. There's no political party in Nigeria that does not have its problem here and there. Even the ADC, the APC, the ruling party, they do have their crisis, everywhere. The Labour, the NNPP, there's no political party. What makes a political party stronger is the ability to manage whatever is the crisis. How long it may be, how tedious it may be, how bad it may be, we still come back to the round table to resolve our issues. So as far as 2027 is concerned, we are getting ready and we will, reset our brains.
Mr. General Deyeme, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us as always. We appreciate. Moving on, in the wake of the state of emergency declared in Rivers State, the House of Representatives has announced the formal inauguration of an ad hoc committee on Rivers State oversight scheduled for Tuesday, April 15. The move follows the National Assembly's approval of President Bola Tinubu's emergency proclamation. The House spokesperson Akin Rotimi disclosed the development in a statement on Sunday, saying in line with Section 5 stated in Rivers Proclamation 2025 and pursuant to Section 11.4 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to monitor implementation and ensure that governance in the state remains within the bounds of constitutionalism and rule of law. The committee will be chaired by Honorable Julius Ihobere, while Honorable Ali Isa will serve as deputy chairman. Meanwhile, the Rivers State government has expressed disappointment over the decision of the Nigerian Bar Association to relocate its 2025 annual general conference from Port Harcourt to Enugu and is demanding a 300 million naira from the body. In a statement issued on Monday by the Senior Special Assistant on Media to the Administrator, Hector Igbi-Kuobil, the Rivers State government acknowledged the NBA's right to choose its preferred venue, but faulted the association's suggestion that the current administration, headed by a sole administrator, is undermining democracy and the rule of law. The Rivers State government further explained that President Bola Tinubu had acted within the confines of his constitutional powers when he declared a state of emergency in Rivers State, following what it described as a collapse of democratic institutions in the state. And the decision of the sole administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, to appoint sole administrators for 23 local government areas in the state is generating a lot of reactions. The move has sparked debate over whether he has the power to make such appointments, but the local government administrators have already assumed duties, while the issue is now a subject of litigation. TV360's Joy Uchejim has more on the story.
The appointment came less than 24 hours after a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt had issued an order restraining Ibas from appointing local government area administrators. Despite the court order, the appointments were made, raising questions on the respect for the judicial processes.
The situation now in Rivers and actions and pronouncements of the sole administrator of the state points to the fact that the sole administrator is now playing politics. He seems to be overreaching himself and be playing politics of Rivers State by the actions and his pronouncement, because he seems to be upstaging, thwarting and removing all the existing structure that was planted by Sim Cobra, and they're replacing them with structures that are loyal to Mr. Wike. That is the opinion of people of River. I'm not on ground, but his actions, I know, goes beyond his mandate. The mandate was to hold peace in Rivers and not to upstage the structure. So, but what he's doing is that he's removing every appointee. So, are they not Rivers people? So, what is the ground for removing almost all the appointees that were made by the governor? So if anybody wants to argue that the people who believe that he's playing politics are not correct, what else is he doing? The mandate says, keep the peace in Rivers.
Ibas is due to appear in court to explain his action, but the issue is raising broader concerns about the potential erosion of democratic principles within the state.
There are always actors in place ready to exploit any signs of conflict. And to help the people develop solutions and ways to resolve it. The sole administrator has the primary confidence in measures across the board. He's not there to judge one side as being right, side as being wrong. And I can understand why my colleague thinks that he's being political in that case. Other people, the different perspectives in the state, you face this kind of consequence.
Meanwhile, Ibas has explained that the appointment of the 23 administrators was informed by the urgent need to strengthen governance following his personal assessment visits. He described their appointments as a recognition of their leadership capacity and commitment to public service. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a break. Still to come on the news, Gabon Junta Chief Brice Oligui Nguema wins presidential election in provisional results. We'll give you details shortly. Welcome back. Let's take you through our major stories. At least 40 people have been killed after armed men stormed Zike community in the Kwal district of Basa local government area of Plateau State, north central Nigeria. According to reports, the brutal assault began in the early hours of Monday, with the assailants shooting sporadically at residents. We also told you that governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, have dismissed speculations of a possible merger of parties ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governors reiterated their positions at the 2025 PDP Governors Forum held in Ibadan, Oyo State on Sunday. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is Angel, not Angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption.
Let's get some more news on business. Victoria Konde has the latest.
Thank you very much, Simi. Welcome to Business News. Now, experts have lauded the Nigerian government's decision to officially recognize cryptocurrency as a security under the newly enacted Investments and Securities Act, ISA 2024, describing it as a landmark development that will protect investors and reduce fraudulent activities in the crypto space. With the signing of the new Investments and Securities Act 2024, Digital assets like cryptocurrency are now officially recognized as securities. TV360's Okpayemi Owosheni has more in this next report.
After years of regulatory uncertainty, digital assets now have legal backing in Nigeria. The newly signed Investment and Securities Act 2025 classifies cryptocurrencies as securities, placing them under the regulatory authorities of the Securities and Exchange Commission. The move signals a major policy shift for Nigeria, where crypto trading had largely operated outside formal financial structures. The Director General of the SEC, Emomotimi Agama, says the new law will boost investor confidence and strengthen the capital market. He also tells investors to expect a level playing ground.
Legal recognition is very, very important. It puts us at an edge over a lot of jurisdictions, noting clearly that digital assets has come to stay. And so it is very important that any jurisdiction that wants to play in it must have some legal backing around it. More so for Nigeria, where the population of youths in this country are heavily involved in it. So it becomes of utmost importance that some clarity is provided. Beyond clarity is some legal backing. To note clearly that registration is the hallmark of regulation. So we expect that everyone involved in this space will approach the SEC for such activity. For those that have applied, we are reviewing their applications. So the SEC is poised to providing transparent, level playing field for all those that meet our requirements.
Financial analysts believe the recognition of digital assets means legitimacy and acknowledgement for cryptocurrency in Nigeria. Other stakeholders say this will improve the trust and activities in the Nigeria Stock Exchange.
I hope that it's going to be a collaborative form of regulation, not just maybe one that is just seeking fees, perhaps conformance with the laws that have been passed, but very, very collaborative. The industry in Nigeria is very, very nascent. It's growing, but it shows a lot of potential. I think in the globe, we're like top 3 in terms of adaptation for crypto assets and also for the tokens. So they need a regulator that understands that they are in the growth stage and need them to hold their hand and to guide them as they grow.
It's going to affect the Nigerian Stock Exchange in a positive way because more players will come in and the activities in the exchange will be on the upward swing because there's going to be more trust and confidence in the market, and investors can participate more than before. So the ISA 2025 is the way to go, and it's going to deliver more excellent performance in the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
While the full impact of the new law will unfold over time, many see it as a bold step towards a more secure, transparent and inclusive financial market. Okpayemi Owosheni, TV360 News, Lagos.
Still on business, China's exports rose sharply in March after factories rushed out shipments before the latest U.S. tariffs took effect. But an escalating Sino-U.S. trade war has darkened the outlook for factories and growth in the world's second biggest economy. U.S. President Donald Trump has hiked tariffs on Chinese goods to hefty levels that many economists say will profoundly impact global trade flows and business investment. Trump levied 10% tariffs across all Chinese imports into the United States, effective on February 4, and followed up with another 10% in March, accusing Beijing of not doing enough to stem the flow of fentanyl into the United States. Right now, we'll go on a short break and be back with stock market updates. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's the first trading day of the week and the Nigerian equities market closed in negative territory, declining by 0.03%. The market capitalization now stands at 65.7 trillion naira. In total, 128 NGX-listed equities participated in trading, with 27 gainers and 25 losers. On the losing side, United Bank for Africa recorded the highest decline, with the price depreciation of 11%. 31 kobo per share, followed closely by international insurance. At the close of Monday's trading on the Nigerian exchange, over 428 million shares were exchanged in 14,583 deals, corresponding to a market value exceeding 10 billion naira. And now, when this is compared to the previous trading day, which is Friday, the 11th of April, today's data reflects increase in volume, a 4% rise in turnover, and a 35% increase in the number of deals. Now switching to the global scene, U.S. shares joined the rally in Europe and Asia on Monday after the White House exempted smartphones and computers from U.S. tariffs. Our selected indices, the U.S. Dow Jones, the UK's FTSE, and Japan's Nikkei, all ended in bullish territory, as you can see on the screen. Now over 265 naira to the dollar on the black market, and at 2,015 naira to the British pound, naira to the euro, still on the black market. That wraps up both business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the
Korea. And on the foreign scene, Gabon's military leader Brice Oligui Nguema has won the country's presidential election by an apparent landslide, according to provisional results. The Interior Ministry said on Sunday that Nguema, who led a 2023 military coup, had secured about 90% of the vote. His main rival, Alain Claude Benze, had won some 3% of Saturday's vote, according to the initial results. Nguema, who had been instrumental in ending 55 years of dynastic rule of the Bongo family, was widely expected to win the 8-candidate race. Following his victory, Nguema spoke to journalists in his first international news interview, promising to restore dignity to the Gabonese people. And elsewhere, South Korea's impeached former President Yoon Suk-yeol has denied charges of insurrection as his criminal trial opened. The ousted leader argued in the Seoul Central District Court on Monday that his declaration of martial law late last year was not a coup d'etat. Yoon was formally stripped of office earlier this month after being impeached and suspended by lawmakers over his December 3 martial law declaration. If found guilty of insurrection, Yoon could be sentenced to life in prison or receive a death sentence. And on sports, Nasarawa United has been slammed with a 6 million naira fine and banished to Gombe State for their home matches following an attack on a Plateau United player, Vincent Timitokwe. The Plateau United player was assaulted, leading to cuts on his neck after some Nasarawa United supporters attacked him in a Nigeria Premier Football League game on Sunday. In a statement on Monday, the NPFL said the Solid Miners breached the rules of the football body for failure to provide adequate and effective security during the game. And Nigeria defender Bruno Onyemaechi has won the Greek Super League title with Olympiacos. The Red and Whites claimed the title after a 1-0 victory over AEK Athens on Sunday. Morocco international Ayoub El Kaabi scored the decisive goal for the hosts 10 minutes after the break. With 3 matches remaining, Olympiacos holds an unassailable lead at the top of the table with 66 points. Well, that's it on News Now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
Hello? Yeah, I found your wallet in front of a supermarket. Meet me at Apple Junction. Yes, I'll be waiting for you.
Now we find out. 2 of us.
Thank you very much, officer.
You know, it's surprising that men like you still exist in the police force.
Yes, oh, yes.
This is just a token of my appreciation.
Oh, no, you don't need to do this. We are only doing our job.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
You're welcome.
Now I know police is really my friend.
Yes.
Friend. Hey. Okay, which came out with this one? I don't understand.
You know your problem. You are greedy. I'm a policeman who is doing his job. All forms of corruption.
Welcome to another episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkwolye. Now, every year, companies and institutions around the world grapple with the growing menace of forged certificates and falsified credentials. But one Nigerian startup is changing the game with an innovative solution, the Akọ̀wé app. Now, today we dive into the story of a revolutionary app that is tackling the global challenge of document falsification. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Akọ̀wé.
Akọ̀wé is an online platform designed to reduce the incidence of credential fraud in the job market. We've built out technology that allows employers to be able to instantly verify the authenticity of academic records, as well as technology that allows educators to be able to issue digital certificates easily. My name is Ayodiji Agbola and I'm the founder of Akọ̀wé.
Initially, Akọ̀wé was funded with a simple mission: to approve and manage certificates for individuals. However, as demand for reliable verification grew, the app evolved into a cutting-edge platform used to confirm the authenticity of credentials and certificates.
The story starts from when we were trying to solve our own problem. We did have a contract in 2018 with Facebook where we were training lots of small business owners on how to use Facebook products for business. And after the training, we need to give certificates. We trained a total of about 70,000 people across 4 years. And you can imagine trying to give certificates to this large number of people. So I decided to build a simple solution that could easily issue these certificates out to these recipients. So we're looking for an English name for this application because I realized that we weren't the only ones who had the problem. There were other Facebook partners who had the same problem. And there were other educators out there who were running trainings and who wanted to issue certificates, and there was a need for a simple tool like what we had built. I was looking for an English name that would work. I just couldn't find any, especially as we wanted to buy a domain name that was appropriate. And we tried so many different English names. And after a lot of frustration not finding an appropriate name, I started to think, okay, maybe we should go indigenous with this. And the name Akowe popped into my head. And simply because of what it describes what the application does. At the time, the application would simply write your name on the certificate and then issue it out to you. So it was an application that writes, right? So that was why I named it Akowe. But it's turned out to be a great name because it's now even doing many other things around academic space, around graduates and the likes. And, you know, typically a literate person is what you call an Akowe or a clerk, you know, in the Yoruba language. So that's the story behind that. So shortly after we launched the initial product, which was issuing of certificates, quite a number of our customers started asking, okay, thank you for this, but can you help us verify certificates? And that was obviously not why we built the application in the first place. Then we started looking into that problem, and then we realized that that was even a bigger problem because quite a number of either postgraduate schools or employers had a challenge trying to verify whether this person they're trying to hire, you know, actually has the grade that they say that they do. You know, because there's no system in place that is quick and fast that can help people, you know, actually get that information. Because what happens is, if you need to verify credentials, you either send someone to the school or you call the school, and that takes a bit of time before you get that answer.
Akowe has quickly gained recognition as a one-in-a-million solution to the global issue of document fraud by allowing companies and universities to verify and upload documents securely. The app has become a trusted tool for maintaining integrity in recruitment, academics, and more.
They just, you know, give themselves a little notch upwards to the next grade. So if you had a second class lower, you would say you have a second class upper. You know, most people don't go and say they have a first class. They just, you know, go to the next upper grade so that there is a higher chance that an employer could say, okay, you have a good grade, we can hire you. So that's what you find that is very rampant. Many times as well, because there are no systems to easily check, somebody who didn't graduate would have a CV that says they graduated from so-so school. You know, it's so hard to check. So even if you're book smart or whatever it is, you might get hired even if you didn't graduate from school. And then your performance might then start to show that, okay, you said you had this grade, how come your performance is this way? And that's how people have been discovered over the years, to see, okay, your performance doesn't meet what you say you have in your CV. So you have many of those types of different methods that people do often. So with what we have done, which we have aggregated a lot of academic records onto our platform, it means that you can check and you can get information instantly. So for providing that instant information to you, you pay. So to access the system, we allow you some free trials where you can sign up, create an account, go into the platform and check a few names for free. And after that free trial, then you have to pay to continue to access the information. So basically you will pay to search, and then you pay to download a generated report. That generated report is what you can keep in your files as HR department.
While these features have brought much needed efficiency to credential verification, some skeptics have raised concerns about the safety of sensitive data on the server. But Ayodeji, the visionary founder of Akowe, assures users that the app servers are maintained and protected steadily to prevent hacking and data breaches.
Your academic records they're permanent records. once your academic record has been issued by your school, it's a permanent record. It's not supposed to change, right? People change it because of, nefarious reasons. So what we're building out a solution where people can list their academic records on our platform. And because it's supposed to be a permanent record, we use blockchain technology to secure that permanence. It's tamper-proof and all of that. But however, who's to say that what you are listing on the platform is actually authentic? That's why we have multiple ways for actually verifying what you are listing. Once we verify that what you are listing is the same thing that the university has issued, and there are multiple other ways that we can actually verify that information, we then make it tamper-proof on the blockchain. So in essence, what it means is that a person can have their academic dossier on the Akọ̀wé app and their entire education history going backwards or even going forwards, right? So with that, anybody should be able to check this person, which school did they go to for primary school, which school did they go for secondary school, what did they come out for the university with, and things like that. That entire academic history is important information. Right now it's scattered everywhere, and that's why Akọ̀wé is a very collaborative company. We're speaking with people who already work with secondary schools using software to say, hey, there's a lot of education history that you guys have access to. There are people willing to pay to see the education history. Let's collaborate and let's put it out together. So that helps to solve some of those problems.
The app's import doesn't end there. Recognizing a broader need, Akọ̀wé has expanded its services to include undergraduates, enabling their credentials to be confirmed when they apply for loans. This feature is helping young people access opportunities while also ensuring transparency and accountability.
Right now, we're developing 2 new other products that we found that market is asking for, right? Again, people have come to us. We need to verify undergraduates. And something as simple as that, nobody in Nigeria today can do that. If you are an undergraduate, you are in 100 level, no. You are in 100 level, a 200 level student, maybe a bank wants to give you 50% off to be able to buy this laptop. They cannot verify that you are a 200 level undergraduate from this school. It's just, there's no way to do that because there's no system in place that anybody can trust that says that you are actually an undergraduate from this school. Because are you going to bring your ID card? Anybody can make an ID card, right? So we're building a collaborative solution with the universities as well to say, let's be able to verify without a doubt that this person is an undergraduate, is doing microbiology, and is from this school. Next year, we can say, yes, he's still doing microbiology, but he's now in 200 level, right? And that cannot be done in isolation. It has to be a collaborative effort, private partnerships, universities themselves, and then customers from outside can pay to access that.
When asked about government collaboration, Akọ̀wé's leadership remains tight-lipped. However, the app has secured partnership with prominent organizations in Nigeria, a testament to its credibility and trustworthiness.
You really can't execute business without the government. You must register your business as a legal entity. So the government must be aware that you're doing something and what you're doing is legal, right? So, but the challenge has been that Nigeria is very peculiar in the sense that, great ideas often find their ways to the top and often just find a way to be replicated even when you get what I mean. So, and that's happened to us quite a number of times. So we figure that the goal or the objective, or if you're going to win in this market, that's probably not the way to go. We're also aware that the government is also trying to build out similar solutions. And, again, if everybody is trying to solve the same problem, I believe that collaborative efforts get us there faster. Akọ̀wé is very difficult because it's not just B2B, it's B to universities. And if you understand universities, and not just Nigerian universities, universities across the world are not known to drive innovation. They're very slow to move. They're very, very academic, and therefore they're not very easily swayed to move into new technologies, especially African universities. So it's really, really difficult. And what we've been able to do is to show to them that there's a whole lot of revenue. There's a whole lot of innovation that if we work together, we can unlock a lot of revenue for they themselves, the universities, and a lot of ease for their stakeholders, graduates, lecturers, and I mean, for instance, it takes forever to get a transcript, even as of today. Like, why? Why should it take forever? The technology is there, the data is available. We just need to be able to work together. So the biggest challenge has always been that being able to work with universities in a way that technology would be the solution end to end.
One of the company's greatest milestones came on the global stage. Akaway's effort to bridge the gap in document verification and stamp recognition at a prestigious event in the States, where they were celebrated for their innovative approach to a global problem.
I would say when we were invited to pitch at TechCrunch Startup Battlefield in the USA, it was 2023. You know, we had applied for the program in around April, and I promptly forgot about it. You know, and then in August, I got an email to say, "Hooray! You're welcome. We're inviting you to the US to come and pitch your startup on a global stage." And that was a great milestone because for Akaway to have been chosen out of about 3,000 global applications, and they chose only 200. That was a great morale booster. That okay, we're solving something really global here, and TechCrunch. And if you know TechCrunch is a global brand, right? You know, so that was validation for us. And that also helped us to realize that it was not a Nigerian problem, because standing on the stage in San Francisco, talking to a global audience about the problem you're solving from Nigeria, you had to find a way to make them relate to it. And there was a great aha moment where people realized that I'm from India, I have the same problem. I'm from Pakistan, I have the same problem. You know, so that was a great moment for us to actually see that, okay, we are onto something here.
On the African front, Akaway has established a partnership with a company in Kenya, marking the beginning of its expansion across the continent. This collaboration underscores the app's mission to make the world a better place, one credential at a time.
Absolutely. So we have a partnership right now where that partner already sells credential verification in Kenya. And once that partnership has been finalized, it means that Akaway will be able to provide credential verification for Kenyans. So if you are a Nigerian trying to hire a Kenyan, you'll be able to come on our platform and verify that Kenyan based off of that partnership that we have. And it's a two-way thing. So that partner also will be able to access all of the records that we have in West Africa to be able to sell. So collaborations like that help us scale very quickly. And this is not just a problem we're trying to solve for Nigeria alone. So think about West Africa, East Africa. The problem exists across sub-Saharan Africa, basically, and many parts of the world as well that are not on the African continent. So we want to make sure we focus on the first iteration. If it's good enough and people like it and people seem to find value in it, I think it then begins easily scale. Okay. Earlier we talked about the Benin Republic and the issues that are happening there. We are in conversations with companies in Benin Republic where we're trying to say, this is our solution. We want to bring it into the country and actually help solve that problem. You know, so already we see that the problems exist, and with digital technologies, you know, you can scale and solve those problems at scale. But you have to get it right. And once you get it right, it's easily replicable, you know, across countries.
Looking to the future, Akaway has bigger plans. The team is exploring opportunities to extend their services to secondary schools, focusing on reducing the alarming rates of fake results in WAEC and JAMB. This move will revolutionize the education system and provide a foundation for a more transparent academic process. Welcome back. Now, global financial services often present daunting challenges for businesses in emerging markets, from arbitrary compliance thresholds to perceived risks and sudden service disruptions. Now, businesses frequently face obstacles that hinder their ability to scale and grow. Today, we turn our focus to a company revolutionizing cross-border payments and financial accessibility. Let's dive into the story of Waza and its groundbreaking platform, Link.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods. I'm Maxwell Obi. I'm the CEO of Waza.
Registered in the United States as a money service business, Waza specializes in foreign exchange and money transmission. Since launching its start in January 2023, the company has partnered with financial powerhouses like Visa and Currency Cloud to deliver payment services and account issuance. In just 1 year, Waza has served hundreds of businesses, processing an impressive $700 million in annualized payment volume while facilitating payments across 6 continents.
Waza is the B2B payments platform for emerging market businesses. We're helping businesses to make global payments, or to, I would say, to source FX liquidity to pay their suppliers and vendors globally. We've recently launched a product called Link, which is infusing this great FX liquidity product that we offer customers in a banking experience, right? And so our customers now have better control over their money, and they can make payments globally from a dashboard. They can access FX liquidity, get great rate, access different payment methods.
But Waza is not stopping there. To address the unique challenges faced by businesses in emerging markets, Waza recently introduced a new product called Link. Designed as a viable alternative to existing financial solutions, Link offers multi-currency. These accounts enable payments to more than 100 countries and are equipped with robust features that extend beyond traditional wallets.
There's a big void that Link is feeling in the market, because traditional banks haven't been able to cater to the needs of these businesses over time. They have an outsized perception of risks for businesses that operate in higher risk jurisdictions like emerging markets in Africa, Southeast Asia, etc. And so we decided to plug that gap by launching Link, which is, it's not a different brand, but it's a different product under the same brand, right? And so it's still solving B2B payments from the perspective of FX and now banks. Small businesses, startups, other financial institutions, corporates, even large organizations can use Link. I would say if you have a need to operate in the global market, or you have a need for international banking, and you're operating in an emerging market, automatically you will be perceived as high risk, and we are the alternative, we are the go-to for you. So that's our target, right? And that's from a customer segmentation standpoint. If you take a wider scan from a market perspective, we want to look at markets that have a lot of cross-border activity and a lot of buzzing startup ecosystem, right, or startup activity. Even as we target corporates and large multinationals, right, or even if large corporates and enterprises are part of the customer segment, they are not our sole target. We know that startups are also super affected. So we want them to also bank on Link. We want them to come get their multi-currency accounts, do exchange, and just use us as a de facto banking platform to make payments to their vendors and suppliers globally.
What sets Link apart is its comprehensive payment support. This ensures businesses with operations across the globe, which can efficiently manage their payments and focus exchange liquidity on a single platform.
Most people that have tried to provide multi-currency platforms approach it from a mature market mindset. We're taking a very localized approach, paying attention to emerging market businesses that cannot access international banking services. Like, I mean, if you take a quick look at what happened last year, banks like Mercury, fintech banks or other financial institutions like Mercury, SVB, Silicon Valley Bank began to shut down businesses that have either directors or UBOs in emerging markets that deem high risks, right? So it's not, we on the other hand have provided this service with a keen eye for streamlined compliance processes, speed and cost, right? If you can bank with these guys, you can bank with us. And not only have we streamlined that compliance process for you, we can now give you can deliver your payments very fast within the same day. FX, yes, is a great value prop there, but it is not the entire thing. Transaction fees, we don't charge a monthly transaction fee, it's really cheap. Eventually, as we launch more features and evolve the product, there will be more customer segments unlocked, right? We're thinking about building APIs that will cater to other financial institutions that want to build on top of our infrastructure. And when we think about B2B payments, which is our core focus, it's usually happening in the context of trade. And trade can be seen as an ecosystem. There's a supply side, there's a demand side. So there are other things we will launch that will also cater to suppliers in different jurisdictions and unlock new customer segments. But today, businesses, importers, exporters, corporates, startups would be our ideal customer target.
Importantly, Waza clarifies that it is not a bank. Instead, the company partners with banks that are adhere to strict rules and regulations in each country of operation. This strategic approach ensures compliance while maintaining flexibility and innovation.
First, Waza or Link is not a bank, we're a technology company. And so all of these services are provided in partnership with licensed financial institutions. So we've been able to build on top, I would say, really strict compliance protocols and whatever other value services that they can offer. Today, we're making great progress we want to launch interest on deposits, financing. These are all value-added services that makes us stand out, right? So it's not just, yes, we're going to give you faster payments, cheaper payments, a streamlined compliance approach so you can actually bank with us if you can get access to the US banking infrastructure. But also, eventually, we're going to launch other features to cater to all your needs for you to actually operate competitively in the global financial market.
Speaking about the operation in Nigeria, Maxwell Obi, the Waza CEO and co-founder, emphasized the adaptive approach to navigating local policies, highlighting Waza's commitment to supporting businesses in emerging markets.
First and foremost, we pay really keen attention to security, trust, compliance. We don't joke with these things. It's top priority for us. I think I would also reemphasize that we are not a bank. We are a technology company that is building on top the services and licensing of banking partners that have strict adherence to AML, CTF, and other regulatory requirements, right? But beyond that, if you take a look at the banking side of things, these guys are already complying with all of these regulations, right? They're complying with the central bank regulations, the BSA Act in the US, and other regulatory bodies. So from a banking standpoint, there is that compliance aspect and trust and security. From a technology standpoint, we've also tried to pay attention to global standards in terms of building the product. So we've implemented bank-grade encryption, security protocols, and we also pay strict attention to KYC and KYB regulations. And we also license, right? We're registered as an MSB with the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network of the US. We're also licensed by the central bank as an IMTO. So while why that regulation or directive is in place, yeah, we pay attention to it and we try to operate together with our banking partners within the frameworks of the regulators.
Despite being incorporated and operational in the US, UK, and EU, Waza has identified a significant challenge for businesses with ties to emerging markets. These barriers often lead to service discontinuation, uncompleted transactions, and disrupted trade flows, resulting in substantial financial losses and hampering business growth. Link was developed to address these critical issues. The platform's extensive payment capabilities and competitive FX rate ensures businesses can manage their finances efficiently while also scaling globally. And that's how we have on today's episode on Startups. I'm Tamilore Akinkolie. See you again next time.
Opinions are free, facts are sacred, but truth is universal.
How, in practical terms, can we, for instance, de-escalate the tension?
When you go into public office, you must be ready to answer to the people.
We know where the enemy is. 3 places. The Lake Chad Basin, the border area between Nigeria and Cameroon, and then the Sambisa Forest.
On TV360, we give you a complete dose of everything. Opinion, facts and undiluted truth.
I hardly believe what politicians are saying in this part of the world.
A new Nigeria is possible, a future is possible.
We delve into the issues, dissect it so that you can understand it, use it to take action.
I don't think there's any need for any governor to look for grant for ranching.
TV360, dissecting the issues.
Hello and welcome to another episode of 360 Health. I am Okechukwu Okekwe. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, has approved the recruitment of 34 resident doctors for a 7-year residency training to enhance healthcare delivery in FCT. The Senior Special Assistant to the Minister on Public Communication and Social Media, Lere Olayinka, made this known in a statement in Abuja. He explained that the 34 doctors would be the first batch of 60 medical doctors approved for residency training in 8 specialists in FCT administration hospitals. And the Sokoto State Commissioner for Health, Farouk Wurno, has expressed deep concern over the use of harmful traditional practices by local barbers in treating metal poisoning cases. The Health Commissioner commended the practice of making inclusion on patients' stomachs as a form of treatment and called for its immediate cessation. Speaking during the presentation of the government-supplied drugs for metal poisoning treatment at General Hospital, he emphasized the need for affected individuals to seek medical attention at hospitals instead of resorting to unsafe traditional method. He, represented by the Executive Director of the State Hospital Service Management Board, Bello Atahuru, assured that the government will distribute the essential drug to all general hospitals handling metal poisoning cases. And the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. The latest figure indicates a surge in infection with 807
suspected cases and 47 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory as of 26 March 2025. The NCDC Director General Jide Idris said this in an interview with newsmen in Abuja. He said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina and Sokoto, the most affected areas. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He described the situation as alarming. We'll go on a short break and the program will return shortly. Stay with us. Welcome back to the program. Today we are shining the spotlight on the major developments in Nigeria's health sector. While the Nigerian President Bola Tinubu Ahmed has approved the creation of over 8,800 new primary health care centers across Nigeria, making a significant stride in the federal government health sector renewal investment initiative. The announcement was made by Vice President Kashim Shettima during the commissioning of the Suleiman Adebola Adegunwa Trauma Center in Shagamu, Ogun State. Vice President Shettima reaffirmed the government's commitment to addressing the country's health care challenges through strategic investment and public-private partnership. However, he noted that the responsibility of developing the sector cannot rest solely on the government. He described the newly inaugurated trauma center as a critical addition to Nigeria's emergency medical infrastructure, symbolizing the federal government's unwavering dedication to preserving lives. So what does this mean to the ordinary Nigeria? How realistic is the plan? And what are the challenges ahead? Well, to help us unpack all of this, we are joined by medical practitioner Dr. T.U. Mebawondu. Thank you for joining us on the program. So let's start with the big picture. How significant is the move to establish 8,800 new PHCs across Nigeria in terms of improving healthcare access?
Well, let's first of all understand the challenges of primary healthcare centers in Nigeria. What you should realize is that presently we have about 30,000 primary healthcare centers in 774 local governments of Nigeria. Okay, out of all these 30,000 primary healthcare centers, just about 20% of them are functioning. We're talking about less than about 6,000 or 7,000 of those primary healthcare centers are functioning. So we are left with a large number. 80% of them are not functioning. So now the question is that what are the factors that are not making them functioning? Because we expect the primary health care center to deliver basic health. Of course, there's the basic health fund provision in the budget. We expect them to deliver the basic health to the people nearest to them in a way that the people will not be going to the secondary center or tertiary center for ordinary malaria or even to check their blood pressure. So that is the purpose. Now, for you to do that, you must be able to equip those primary health care centers, make it affordable to the people, put human resources there, put equipment there, and let the place be responsive to the people. But what we are seeing is actually a shortage of human resources, shortage of material, and most of those primary healthcare centers, 80% of the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria are not being patronized. The utilization is so low, and for us, we have to figure out how to increase utilization capacity. Now, if you are setting up additional 8,800 primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, what it means is that what is going to be so special about them that is not in those ones that's already in existence? Are we going to resolve the issue of human resources and materials and equipment in those primary healthcare centers separate from the one we have now? And we must understand the fact that once you move away from the city centers, those primary health care centers rarely function. The challenge of conflict, the challenge of insurgencies are there, the challenge of security challenge is also making people not to be able to attend those primary health care centers. I think the first thing is to ensure that people, the primary health care center, even in existence, are properly equipped, properly structured, make available for people to patronize before you then decide that you need to set up more.
So from your perspective, what are the most urgent healthcare gaps those new centers aim to bridge?
Like I said, you see, it's not about infrastructure. It's actually about what is available in those primary health care centers and how people patronize those primary health care centers. If you build additional primary health care centers, where are the health workers you are going to put in those primary health care centers? Where is the money to manage those primary health care centers? Just note that the funding of the primary health care center is not improving. In a way, it's reducing. By the time you now add those ones, the funding will reduce further. So the big question is that what are the means of funding those primary health care centers? It's not just about establishing them. You can build, I don't know why you need to build another one, when more than 20,000 of the 30,000 you have on ground are not working. So why don't you make those ones work first? I can tell you that even within Lagos here, once you leave central Lagos and you go into the peripheral area, the primary health care centers are not working. They're not working. So let's resolve the challenges facing those primary health care centers first before we consider establishing another one. I may agree that maybe in some local government, you may not have sufficient coverage in terms of those primary health care centers. Yeah, if you want to add one or two, maybe. But why? What is rationale for that 8,800 new ones you are establishing? So where are the doctors or even where the health workers to mind all those things? Where are the equipment to put on all those places? You know, how do we increase the confidence of the people in those new primary health care centers? So what is happening to what we're having now that we cannot utilize them fully first? Let us even achieve like 70% utilization of those primary health care that we have on ground. Then we can now start thinking of adding another one. But what we're having now is that the primary health care that operate in Nigeria, they are not responding to the maternal mortality, of course. We about the second largest in the world. They are not responding to infant mortality. They are not responding to our immunization concerns. They are not preventing sudden catastrophic health occurrences like complication of hypertension or diabetes. So they are not responding to all these things. So why do we need to set up create another 8,800?
So do you think the Nigerian government has the capacity to build and sustain the number of centers they said they will do?
It's not about building. Hospital is not just building. Hospital is more of human resources, the people you put in that hospital to work. Now you can secure funds to build the hospital. I think what government should be doing, let's even be practical about all these things. What government should be doing more now is actually cutting private sectors, cutting people to adopt primary healthcare centers, especially in those remote areas where those one can help run, manage, and put infrastructure in those primary healthcare centers to make it functional. And I think government needs to embrace the community initiative that will allow campaigns of the common diseases and how to identify danger signals in health issues. So I think government should be doing more of that, looking for those that can adopt the primary health care center, not building a new set of primary health care center. Because I don't know, if you want to build this, not the time. But of course, you know that politicians always want to build. They want to build things so that okay, we have this, we have that. Then we know what MDGs or do the MDGs, how much of those things they build in, you know. But now, what are we saying?
So many rural communities struggle with poor infrastructure. How do you think this reform will address issues like staffing, electricity, and equipment in remote areas?
It won't address it. Rather, you are multiplying those challenges. It's obvious it will address it because terrains, one of the key factors that could be a challenge to utilization of primary health care could be actually transportation. It's not easy for them to move from one locality to another due to constraints. Now, look at the energy costs. That's another big problem that may hamper their ability to utilize that primary health center. Even within the primary healthcare center, you need to provide energy, you need to provide light. Of course, most of the solar panels I observe around the primary healthcare centers in Nigeria, they are dilapidated, they are broken down. You need to provide water. And then again, that has to be by borehole again. Most of those boreholes are not maintained, and that becomes an issue. You need to be able to encourage the human resources to stay within that locality. Now, how many people really want to go to the rural area and stay there? So, myriads of problems. I think the way to address this is not to start building additional primary healthcare center. It's to find out how we can use the one we have sufficiently.
Do you think the Nigerian government is currently producing enough trained workers to staff this number of new centers they are proposing to build?
Recently, you know that all the hospitals, all the teaching hospitals in Nigeria all the universities can only produce about 3,000 doctors maximum in a year. That's the maximum. I'm talking about doctors now. When you come to lab scientists, they're actually lower. Pharmacists are actually be about the same numbers. Now, recently, the federal government, through the Ministry of Health, gave more allocations to those universities to produce more doctors and produce more health workers. But those ones will require time. There's a gestation. You can't wake up and bring out nurses today. They have to wait for about 4 years before they can become nurses. Doctors must wait for about 8 years before they can become doctors. So, we have a gap to fill. How do we fill this gap? Are you going to bring in doctors? We don't want to talk about the quantity of those ones that are leaving the country. The health sector, addressing the challenges of health sector, is not, I can put my feet down on this. It's not by multiplying primary healthcare center. It's by making those ones available functional. That is the first point. So, because in reality, basically in that primary healthcare center, you need at least a community health worker. You need somebody we need a pharmaceutical technician. You need those basic people. Where are they? Where are those ones that are going to spread around the country? How many are you producing? The rest, a lot of them are leaving the country. Even some of them that have job now, government does not want to employ them. Some of them that don't have job, government does not want to employ them. They have to be on the street looking for where to get a job. I think the government can really look wholly. If they want to partner with private people, partner on how to adopt those non-functional primary healthcare centers, wherever they are.
Now, looking back, Nigeria has seen other health reforms in the past. From your experience, what are some lessons from past healthcare projects that the government should keep in mind while rolling out this one?
The greatest obstacle to health reforms or health policy is health politics. We can do reforms, but reforms must be followed through. But what happens is that when a new government comes, they come with their own reform and jettison what is ongoing. So we see a lot of gaps, a lot of incomplete in all those things that have been done. That is what we see. So reforms, good ones in the past, but why are we not sustaining it? Because the political person that the new political man think that can bring a new thing into those health reforms. And then when he does that, he has to start from the zero. And then the other aspect of it is that we are not having sufficient money to drive healthcare. Now, if you look at our budget, we're doing 5%. Even this year, we're doing 5% for health. And then we have a recommendation of 15% of our total budget for health. But we're just 5%. Now, the another challenge is that most of those NGOs or multilateral or bilateral institutions that tend to help us and bridge the gap, like USAID, like DFID, like World Bank, all of them are slowing down in their funding of critical support for healthcare. Now, what it means is that we're going to experience more gaps in terms of delivery of money to health. Not only that, they don't just bring money, they bring in some technical skills. For instance, how to identify diseases and epidemics. They bring human resources on, on surveillances, epidemiology. All those ones will have to be reduced now, and we have to rely on our own people to see what is possible. So I can tell you, it's a lot of gaps, but we have to start somewhere. But I don't think it's about building additional health facilities.
In the area of maternal and child care, how do you think this reform will impact maternal and child care, health care in undeserved regions?
Excuse me. Well, we know the factors in our maternal and child health. One, quite a number of people don't even trust the hospital. A lot of those hospitals are not properly equipped. The number of delivery in hospital is still very low. Immunization is reduced. We're not incentivizing patronage of the hospital. Indeed, things like access to family planning is constrained. So we have all these things militating against reduction in maternal and child death. So if we want to address those things, all we need to do, for me, I will do an ambitious program that will know every pregnant woman in this nation and link them to a center where they can have support. I will ensure that is done. So a lot of influences is not allowing the mothers and those children to seek care at appropriate time. So normally, if the 30,000 if the 30,000 existing primary health care centers are working, let's say 60% of them are working, it will have been easier for us to link them, those women and children, to those centers. Working in the sense that if they have the right equipment, if they have the right human resources, if they have the right medications to use for those people, then of course those women will patronize them. In absence of that, when you have a primary health care center where you go there for 3-5 days, you won't see any expert to attend to you. You will resist going there, and you probably patronize the local people. Now, if we make those, let's say, out of that 30,000, if 20,000 are working, of course, we'll have solved a problem. But why are we now setting up more? What will make them better than those ones that we have set up? Why are we not conserving our money and reserving it for the new ones, for the old ones that we have on ground? So I don't understand, except we have that means of accelerating training for medical doctors and nurses and health workers, which cannot be done. How do you accelerate? You know how many number of times the lecturers go on strike, even the medical people. These are constraining the training of those critical workers. So we need to, it's not by, I repeat, it's not by establishing additional things. Let's make those ones with us work. If it works, we will reduce maternal mortality, we will reduce infant mortality, we will reduce catastrophic health experiences like stroke or severe diabetes. Let those ones on the ground work.
So if you were advising on the rollout, what would be your top 3 priorities for ensuring the center deliver real impact?
Well, you must make your center be people-friendly. Your center must be able to create the necessary assurance for people that, yes, come, patronize us. They must create that assurance. Your center has to be properly equipped. Security must be in your center. Transportation must be easy, okay? Drugs, hospitals must be there. Your center must also be able to reach to the community and educate them in case of any seasonal diseases. So we have function within the community from the center. We have the issues that concern the center itself and human resources. So all those ones have to be top-notch. And of course, we must maximize health information and medical records to help people understand issues concerning health in that area.
Corruption and mismanagement have hindered past reforms. How can transparency and accountability be built into the execution of this particular plan?
Well, it's part and part of it, okay? Because what we call governance, what we call clinical governance, is an essential part of healthcare. It should be an essential part of the healthcare in that settings. There's a governing board for this small local government within the community who can then supervise how the community works. We must be able to create that kind of assurance at that level where the community groups are part and parcel of the management board of those primary healthcare centers. I think it's important because that means that if they neglect those community centers that is in their domain, they're also neglecting their health. You have to do that. Then the other thing is that at the level of the primary healthcare, National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, at the state equivalent, we must be able to provide supervisory roles on this primary healthcare center and let them get data from them and ensure that they keep to the core duties and reduce needless deaths and sickness.
So would you say this health reform plan aligns with Nigerians' universal health coverage goals?
UCH goal is actually, we have a 2030 target, which we are also looking at. Yes, it is. It's part and parcel of trying to push for universal health coverage. It's not just about access. You are talking about quality also. You are talking about affordability. If you are talking about universal health care, it's not, yes, access is key, affordability is key, quality is key. There must be no discrimination in access to the healthcare by any of these, of any of the members of the society. So, of course, it aligns with that. But if it's going to solve the problem of access, has it solved the problem of affordability? Has it actually add quality to the care? So we still have a lot to achieve under universal health care coverage. And we have just 5 years to get this done. I don't know how it's going to happen.
Looking ahead, how do we measure the success of this reform? What indicators should Nigerians watch for in the coming years?
Well, okay, we have to reduce our infant mortality. That's an indicator. Maternal mortality, that's an indicator. The reduction in catastrophic health occurrences like hypertension and severe diabetes, those are indicators. And then the level of patronage, how people are now confident in assessing your health system is also another indicator. We will always know when these things are happening.
So lastly, how can communities and civil society organizations get involved to ensure accountability and long-term success of this PHCS?
Yeah, because, in reality, there's what we call the stakeholder in the community. It involves the traditional ruler, the market women, the young boys or association in that community. All of them should partner together to run the primary health care centers. Their component must be structured into that so that we can have the requisite result. If that is not done, and you just say it is government thing, a lot of people don't do well when handling government properties. So we need to have that community buy-in. We need to have that stakeholder buy-in. People must have confidence that this health center is going to work and address their issues. So there must be a proper referral, emergency care in those centers that can, address towards health occurrences. So, stakeholder participation, building trust, and ensuring that the place is affordable and well-equipped will do a lot of things in reducing those factors.
Medical practitioner Dr. Tsiyu Mebawondo, we appreciate your time and insights. And that's all for today's episode. We'll see you again next time. I am Ogechuku Ukekwe. Bye for now.
Abdullahi Dalhatu began grape farming at Dufa Dufa village in Kudang local government area of Nigeria's northwest Kaduna state in 2003. Today, he's one of the very few Nigerian farmers growing grapes in commercial quantity in the country. And he's also the current national president of Grape Producers, Processors and Marketers Association of Nigeria.
What motivates me to go into grape farming is the potentiality associated with the grape farming activities. Because a grape farmer is raising handsome profit, is raising handsome income in grape farming. Because I doubt if there is another aspect of farming in agriculture which is highly lucrative than grape farming in Nigeria. I have started with the only one varieties of grapes called Black Hamburg. So on that time, it's only one varieties I am cultivating here, but now I am growing 7 different varieties of grapes. I have started with only 15 stand of grapes, but now I have more than 1,650 stand of grapes in this farm. Comprise the different varieties as I have said. Actually, I have started it from the small scale, but now it was a large scale.
Grape farming is rare in Nigeria. In fact, many had always thought it's almost near impossible to grow grapes in the country, since the overwhelming bulk of grapes consumed in Nigeria come from abroad.
When I saw the clip showing this project as a result of the visit of the chairman of the local government, I should be impressed, but I was also surprised and wonder whether this is also true. And that is why after the whole thing has gone viral, a lot of people within the country and outside the country have called me to ask me whether this is actually true, because they believe this is a treasure. And I told them that I will not tell them it is true, although my chairman has come and seen it. But as somebody who is within the domain, and the area is within my domain, I feel I should first come and see it before I tell the whole world that this is actually true. It's not magic, it's not any photo magic, it is a reality. From what I've seen, I'm extremely happy, and I must do whatever is humanly possible to encourage the gentlemen and other people that have started this project through any means possible. Intervention, government contact, any other thing that will bring more publicity to this project.
Data from the Observatory of Economic Complexity, OEC, estimates Nigeria's grapes import at over $8 million in 2023, while exporting a meager $36,000 worth of the fruit in the same year. But Dalhatu is working to change that narrative.
Since we discovered that most of the grape being consumed in Nigeria is being imported from abroad, so it's part of our vision to ensure that we promote the grape farming locally in Nigeria, so that our country will be self-sufficient in grape production, marketing, and export. So in the next future, I'm sure, in the next future time, I'm sure Nigeria the dependency of grape importation in Nigeria will reduce up to 55%, so that we can rely on our local production and reach also the level of export with Nigerian locally grape productions.
Dalhatu says grape farming has been more than rewarding, and his customer base now goes beyond the country.
Actually, the grape marketing is so friendly in Nigeria because of the quality and the quantity of grapes we are producing. We are receiving different customers across the country coming direct to the farm and take and buy our product. Even international marketers are coming direct to this farm and access and buy our product due to its quality standard, the sugar content, the longer shelf life, and the quality of the product we are producing. We have the benefit of climate to get 2 good harvests per year, contrary to what is happening in the other countries. Based on the favorable climate we are blessed with, so we used to have a bumper harvest of 2 times in a year.
For now, Dalhatu grows only table grapes, which are widely consumed in Nigeria. But he says he's making plans to start growing wine grapes as well.
Grapes is a type of plant that has so many varieties. So Nigerian, we are only, as I told you, that we are only have the capacity to produce 7 different varieties of grapes. So we need more exotic and improved varieties. And most of that varieties are high-yielding varieties that will enable Nigeria to produce multiple numbers of tons in a harvest. So we need hybrid varieties of grape seedlings.
So far, Dalhatu has trained over 50 persons in grape farming here at his farm. Almost all his trainees have gone on to start their own grape farm. But he says grape farming comes with some familiar challenges.
One of the challenges is that inadequate water supply. Grape is a kind of plant that requires excessive application of water. So insufficient water supply is one of the factors that reducing the growth and development of grape value chain. And the second challenge is faced by our grape farmers inadequate of hybrid seed varieties. Then the third problem we are facing is the storage infrastructure facilities. Because there are situations whereby our grape farmers in Nigeria used to face the risk of losses due to the rain intervention. At the point of ripening, grape farmers face the risk of rainfall, and which will lead to damage of so many tons of grapes. So if there were to be more storage facilities like cold room, that will enable both the producer and the marketers to reduce the level of risk, because when it was stored in a cold storage, the grapes will have access for a longer time before it damage. Then another problem is all farmers need financial support. So I'm sure if government will provide financial support to grape farmers by having a conducive and favorable climatic condition for growing grapes, I'm sure the rate of unemployment will drastically reduce.
Despite the challenges, Dalhatu is still marching on, his passion for grape farming unwavering as he embarks on the ambitious mission to help make Nigeria self-sufficient in grapes. Deji Bademasi, TV360.
My name is Omotoyosi Olarewaju Ogunlende. I'm an artist. I study art from the Yaba College of Technology, where I did my OND and my HND, and I graduated from the Department of Art. I majored in sculpture. My father used to love art though. He's late now, may his soul rest in peace. And my my mom didn't give me any issues about me practicing art or not. So basically, I've got art inside me from while I was a child. I used to draw back then, and my mom used to sell some of my drawings for me in church. So I've had art in me, basically. So I'm a born artist. Well, like I said, I started while I was a child. I started drawing from comics, you know. I pick up comics and I draw, and that's how I knew I think I've got some art, you know, art skills in me, basically. So art has been inside of me, basically. If you're asking for string art, basically I've been doing string art in a very short while now, say like 3-4 years now. Yeah, basically I've been doing string art. I ran into string art. In I think 2016, yes, at an art conference where I went with a brother of mine. I saw this dude he was just stringing on the wall, like on a long stretch, no particular design. He was just from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, from one nail to the other, like that continuously. And it formed this rays of different colors. And I was so, you know, it caught my attention. And I didn't even ask the guy what's his name. I didn't have any conversation with the guy. I just saw it. I took pictures that I lost some of them. I can't even find them any longer. So I just saw it and I was wondering, I came back to Nigeria and I was wondering, okay, that art that I saw, what's it called? What is it called? And I just went on Google and I was like, is it thread art? Is it nail art? Is it string art? And voila. And I saw different forms of string art, you know, from normal, you know, simple artworks created and into portraiture, and I'm like, wow, this is amazing. And that's how I found myself into it. Following, you know, different artists who are into string art via social media, and it has been a wonderful followership and understanding some string artists in the diaspora. What made me focus on string art? Basically, I saw it as a different form of art. A form of art that you can liken to painting on canvas, you can liken to sculpture, you can liken to watercolor and the likes of it. So that's what me, you know, I focused it because it wasn't that known, if I should say that, in this part of the world, in Nigeria. It wasn't that known in Nigeria, and it's still not known yet though. Well, achievement basically, Bella Africana had an award sometimes, I think 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I was nominated, you know, and I know there are more achievements to come basically, but personally, it has paid off for me. And like I say, is my found love. That's what I call string art. So I do string art even to the smallest piece. If it's possible for me to string, I will string it. Challenges basically is not a widely accepted, you know, form of art in this part of the world, you know, because trying to push it out there, trying to market it, trying to you know get people you know known and all that. It has been challenging in such a way that questions like how durable is it? Does it last long, and what have you? I would say that has been the challenge, and also back to, you know, how you charge and all that. So basically that has been the challenge. So far so good basically. For me, the materials are readily available because you have here the armor, threads, you know, and nails. They are all readily available, and the woods that I use, the boards that I use, they're readily available. So they are not too much of materials that are challenging for me to find around. So materials are readily available. It's just what you interpret with the medium, which is the nails and thread. Yes, what you interpret with it perhaps might be, you know, a bit challenging, but so far so good. God has been wonderful. First and foremost, I would say displaying them at galleries, you know, displaying them at art shows, art fairs, yeah, which I had a group exhibition last year, Different Strokes, you know, with four artists, you know, 2 females and 2 male. So I was able to display my works there, and I also leverage on social media, which is my Instagram handle, you know, yeah, I also push it on social media, Facebook, which that's for many artists right now, that's our own gallery, you know. So that's basically, yeah, how I push it out there. People get to know it. I've got so many commissions via Instagram, and I give them the glory. For me, my greatest achievement so far, because I haven't gotten to it yet, so far my greatest achievement has been impacting my knowledge, you know, impacting my knowledge of the string art, steps, methods, and what have you, of string art into children and even adults too. So basically that's been my achievement so far. future plan basically for me is to be known worldwide as Nigerians' famous string artists, basically. For me, that's my future plan, and hoping to have a series of exhibitions locally and internationally. Say nothing brings money, but how diligent, how good, persistent, and creative you are with that thing you do, it will bring the money. Basically, that's it for me. Because likewise, you too, if you're not good at what you do, you won't be here. If you're not creative at what you do, you won't be here. So for me too, yeah, people say there is no money in art. Now, would we say there is money in banking? Because I sit at the counter and I receive money, it's not my money. Do you understand? So for me, what you do with your hands, diligently, wisely, persistently, will definitely bring that money you want your way and the fame. Indirectly, I won't use the word train, say inspire. Do you understand? Yes. I've been able, I can't say how many people, because not everybody will come out and say, you inspired me, you know. A lady sometimes back on Instagram, she's a cake maker, you know, she just posted it and said my string art inspired her to produce this kind of cake, you know, and I was, wow, oh, amazing. There's a lady too in Brazil that has been chatting me up, you know, she's also a string artist and trying to ask me questions, how she can go about this, how she can go about that. So for me, it goes a long way. So you never can tell how many people you've been able to inspire or touch their lives. So that's why I coined it down to indirectly. I know I've inspired different kinds of people, either in the art sector or in whatever sector you can call it. But somehow, because other people too in other field have also inspired me, you know, to also keep up my craft. So basically, for me, I know I've inspired different people in different areas. There's nothing new, they say, under the heavens, you know. But for me, the material I use, which is the nail and thread, for me makes it unique because it's not a widely found medium of art in this part of the world. So basically, for me, the materials I use and that's what I've been told. How neat, you know, and firm, you know, my threads are usually on the nails. Basically, for me, makes it stand out. So far, so good. My work has been to the United States, which a private collector bought off me in Nigeria here and took it over there. So basically, for me, that's why I said it's work in progress. You get it. So for now, so far, so good. Yeah, we're working on going globally. For me, I would say it's an achievement being one of the recognized, or the foremost, or the one who pushed string arts out there in Nigeria, which we're still working on, we're still keeping at it. For me, I would say it's not adding to my bank account though, but it's a plus though. Yeah, whether I like it or not, it's a plus. People who know me to be the string artist and all that, which I gave myself that name, the string one, but it's not yet, so to say, a name that will be, on the lips of everybody. But I know very soon, someday, one day, it will definitely be. I can't say I've arrived, really, because work never ends. Even the topmost recognized artists, the Yusuf Grillo and the likes of them, Baba Oshinowa and Co, they are still working. So for me, I haven't arrived yet. Really, sky is just the starting point for me. So I haven't gotten to that point where I will sit back and say I've arrived. Nah, I'm not God, though I'm a mini God, but then I haven't gotten to that point or peak yet. Any hardworking, diligent, and focused person inspires me. And if I should pick from the world of string artists, there's this lady in UK, Debbie Smith. She inspires me with her works. She's a great string artist, a great artist basically. So she inspires me. And back home here, there are lots of artists. I can't start mentioning names right now, but there are lots of artists back home here that inspires me. As long as, hardworking, diligent, focused, and at the top of his or her game. Yeah, that's what inspires me basically. I won't lie to you, yes, I do get injured. I even have, I have a scar on my thumb right now. And oftentimes, yes, I get injured and you just stomach it and you forge your head. Basically, when you get injured, that shouldn't be a stumbling block, for you to say, I'm not doing this. But I kid you not, it's not an easy medium. It's not, basically.
On the news, over 40 people killed in midnight attack on Zike community in Bassa, Plateau State. Governors reject coalition plans ahead of 2027 elections. And House of Reps sets up 19-member oversight committee amid Rivers State emergency rule. Welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Ajigun. We begin in Plateau State, where at least 40 people have been killed after armed men stormed Zike community in the Kwal district of Bassa local government area, north-central Nigeria. According to reports, the brutal assault began in the early hours of Monday, with the assailants shooting sporadically at residents. Community leaders say vigilantes responded to the attack and repelled the assailants, but not before 36 people were killed, with 4 more dying later. Some other residents sustained gunshot wounds and are receiving medical attention at the hospital. The latest attack comes less than 2 weeks after 52 persons were killed in some communities of the Bakwas local government area. Other victims were killed in the villages of Rui, Manguna and Dafo. And following the explosion of an improvised explosive device attack along the Damboa-Maiduguri highway in Borno State, Governor Babagana Zulum has reiterated his administration's resolve to decisively eliminate the remnants of Boko Haram and prevent any resurgence of insurgency in the state. The governor made the statement during a visit to victims of the blast who are currently receiving treatment at the hospital in Maiduguri. 8 others died in the incident. The explosion comes just days after the state government raised concerns over the increasing attacks on military installations and the continued occupation of Marte, Guazamala and Apadam local government areas by armed groups. Reacting to recent remarks by the Federal Minister of Information, Governor Zulum dismissed them as uninformed, saying that the minister lacks a proper understanding of the security realities on ground in Borno State.
IED explosion between Maiduguri and Damboa Road. But unfortunately, the road was closed for about 1 month. And I believe this is one of the reasons why the insurgents have decided to come and plant IEDs because of lack of vehicular movement along the road. But I want to advise the communities to be resilient enough. I want to advise the Nigerian army to be resilient enough, because there's no way people will travel a distance of 700 kilometers to go to Damboa. Ordinarily, from here to Damboa is only about 100 kilometers. So I'm aware of what has been happening, but I believe the matters arising shall be dealt with, and then we shall strengthen the resilience of the community, but we shall ensure that movement from Maiduguri to Damboa should continue. This will not deter us from following the road. As in the Nigerian military and all other security agencies to beef up security along the road so that such incidents will not happen again.
In Lagos, 4 of the victims of Friday's explosion at a closed-circuit television dealer's shop in the Ikeja area are said to be in critical condition. This comes after one of the victims died on Saturday. The Lagos State Police Command had earlier confirmed that 5 persons had been injured in the explosion, which occurred around 6:35 p.m. Police Public Relations Officer CSP Benjamin Hundeyin added that the 5 individuals injured during the explosion were taken to the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital for treatment. In politics, governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) have dismissed speculations of a possible merger ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governors reiterated their positions at the 2025 PDP Governors Forum held in Ibadan, Oyo State on Sunday. The chairman of the PDP Governors Forum and Governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who read the communique after the meeting, said as a major opposition party, the PDP will welcome any other party, persons or groups that are willing to join the party with a view to wrest power and enthrone good leadership in 2027. Let's get reactions to the PDP's rejection of a coalition. A chieftain of the party, General Deyemi, joins from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Thank you very much for your time. Now, what's your reaction to the unanimous resolve by the PDP governors against joining any coalition or merger ahead of the 2027 elections? The party, however, says it will welcome other parties, persons or groups that are willing to merge with it.
The governors actually spoke the minds of virtually all the members of PDP. Because if you look at PDP has become a brand in Nigeria that cannot be erased in whatever form. Yes, there may be itches, there may be crises here and there, but that is not to say that you can underrate what PDP stands for or what PDP is. So if other political party, group, or whoever wants to join the party, they are all welcome. Not that the PDP as a political party will be submerged in other political parties. We are a brand name. If you look at APP, if you look at NNPP, they are child of PDP because their leadership emerged from that, from PDP to form, all these political parties. So if there is going to be a coalition, what the right thing is for them to come back to their own, which is the PDP. And that's exactly what the governor are saying. And we believe that they have spoken the minds of all the PDP members in the country.
Now, it's obvious that the PDP is keen on retaining its spot as an opposition party. But in light of its challenges, which you also mentioned, can the PDP withstand pressures come 2027?
Just like I said, 24 hours is a long time in politics. And don't forget that very soon we'll be having our national convention where we'll be electing new officials, to manage the affairs of the party. And for the mere fact that the governors are able to come together and meet, deliberate on the futures of the party, gives us give us the hope that all the crises will be resolved very soon. There's no political party in Nigeria that does not have its problem here and there. Even the ADC, the APC, the ruling party, they do have their crises, everywhere. The Labour, the NNPP, there's no political party. What makes a political party stronger is the ability to manage whatever is the crisis. How long it may be, how tedious it may be, how bad it may be, we still come back to the round table to resolve our issues. So as far as 2027 is concerned, we are getting ready and we will, reset our brains.
Mr. General Deyemi, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. As always, we appreciate. Moving on, in the wake of the state of emergency declared in Rivers State, the House of Representatives has announced the formal inauguration of an ad hoc committee on Rivers State oversight scheduled for Tuesday, April 15. The move follows the National Assembly's approval of President Bola Tinubu's emergency proclamation. The House spokesperson Akin Rotimi disclosed the development in a statement on Sunday, saying the move is in line with Section 5 of the State of Emergency in Rivers State Proclamation 2025 and pursuant to Section 11(4) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to monitor implementation and ensure that governance in the state remains within the bounds of constitutionalism and rule of law. The committee will be chaired by Honorable Julius Ihobere, while Honorable Ali Issa will serve as deputy chairman. Meanwhile, the Rivers State government has expressed disappointment over the decision of the Nigerian Bar Association to relocate its 2025 annual general conference from Port Harcourt to Enugu and is demanding a 300 million naira from the body. In a statement issued on Monday by the Senior Special Assistant on Media to the Administrator, Hector Igbi-Kuobil, the Rivers State government acknowledged the NBA's right to choose its preferred venue, but faulted the association's suggestion that the current administration, headed by a sole administrator, is undermining democracy and the rule of law. The Rivers State government further explained that President Bola Tinubu had acted within the confines of his constitutional powers when he declared a state of emergency in Rivers State, following what it described as a collapse of democratic institutions in the state. And the decision of the sole administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, to appoint sole administrators for 23 local government areas in the state is generating a lot of reactions. The move has sparked debate over whether he has the power to make such appointments, but the local government administrators have already assumed duties, while the issue is now a subject of litigation. TV360's Joy Uchejim has more on the story.
The appointment came less than 24 hours after a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt had issued an order restraining Ibas from appointing local government area administrators. Despite the court order, the appointments were made, raising questions on the respect for the judicial processes.
The situation now in Rivers and actions and pronouncements of the sole administrator of the state points to the fact that the sole administrator is now playing politics. He seems to be overreaching himself and be playing politics of Rivers State by the actions and his pronouncement, because he seems to be upstaging, thwarting and removing all the existing structure that was planted by Sim Cobra, and replacing them with structures that are loyal to Isamwike. That is the opinion of people of River. I'm not on ground, but his actions, I know, goes beyond his mandate. The mandate was to hold peace in Rivers and not to upstage the structure. So, but what he's doing is that he's removing every appointee. So, are they not people? Are they not Rivers people? So, what is the ground for removing almost all the appointees that were made by the governor? So, if anybody wants to argue that the people who believe that he's playing politics are not correct, what else is he doing? The mandate says, keep the peace in Rivers.
Ibas is due to appear in court to explain his action, but the issue is raising broader concerns about the potential erosion of democratic principles within the state.
There are always actors in place ready to exploit any signs of conflict. And the most important thing is to help the people develop solutions and ways to resolve it. The sole administrator has the primary responsibility to build confidence and do fence mending measures across the board. He's not there to judge one side as being right, that has been wrong. And I can understand why my colleague thinks that he's been political in that case. Because if he takes action that doesn't seem to consider how other people, the different perspectives in the state, you face this kind of consequence.
Meanwhile, Ibas has explained that the appointment of the 23 administrators was informed by the urgent need to strengthen governance following his personal assessment visits. He described their appointments as a recognition of their leadership capacity and commitment to public service. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a break. Still to come on the news, Gabon Junta Chief Brice Oligui Nguema wins presidential election in provisional results. We'll give you details shortly. Welcome back. Let's take you through our major stories. At least 40 people have been killed after armed men stormed Zike community in the Kwal district of Basa local government area of Plateau State, north central Nigeria. According to reports, the brutal assault began in the early hours of Monday, with the assailants shooting sporadically at residents. We also told you that governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) have dismissed speculations of a possible merger of parties ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governors reiterated their positions at the 2025 PDP Governors Forum held in Ibadan, Oyo State on Sunday. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is angel, not angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption.
Let's get some more news on business. Victoria Akonde has the latest.
Thank you very much, Simi. Welcome to Business News. Now, experts have lauded the Nigerian government's decision to officially recognize cryptocurrency as a security under the newly enacted Investments and Securities Act, ISA 2024, describing it as a landmark development that will protect investors and reduce fraudulent activities in the crypto space. With the signing of the new Investments and Securities Act 2024, digital assets like cryptocurrency are now officially recognized as securities. TV360's Okpayemi Owosheni has more in this next report.
After years of regulatory uncertainty, digital assets now have legal backing in Nigeria. The newly signed Investment and Securities Act 2025 classifies cryptocurrencies as securities, placing them under the regulatory authorities of the Securities and Exchange Commission. The move signals a major policy shift for Nigeria, where crypto trading had largely operated outside formal financial structures. The Director General of the SEC, Emomotimi Agama, says the new law will boost investor confidence and strengthen the capital market. He also tells investors to expect a level playing ground.
Legal recognition is very, very important. It puts us at an edge over a lot of jurisdictions, noting clearly that digital assets has come to stay. And so it is very important that any jurisdiction that wants to play in it must have some legal backing around it. More so for Nigeria, where the population of youths in this country are heavily involved in it. So it becomes of utmost importance that some clarity is provided. Beyond clarity is some legal backing. To note clearly that registration is the hallmark of regulation. So we expect that everyone involved in this space will approach the SEC for such activity. For those that have applied, we are reviewing their applications. So the SEC is poised to providing transparent, level playing field for all those that meet our requirements.
Financial analysts believe the recognition of digital asset means legitimacy and acknowledgement for cryptocurrency in Nigeria. Other stakeholders say this will improve the trust and activities in the Nigeria Stock Exchange.
I hope that it's going to be a collaborative form of regulation, not just maybe one that is just seeking fees, perhaps conformance with the laws that have been passed, but very, very collaborative. The industry in Nigeria is very, very nascent. It's growing, but it shows a lot of potential. I think in the globe, we're like top 3 in terms of adoption for crypto assets and also for the tokens. So they need a regulator that understands that they are in the growth stage and need them to hold their hand and to guide them as they grow.
It's going to affect the Nigerian Stock Exchange in a positive way because more players will come in and the activities in the exchange will be on the upward swing because there's going to be more trust and confidence in the market, and investors can participate more than before. So the ISA 2025 is the way to go, and you're going to deliver more excellent performance in the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
While the full impact of the new law will unfold over time, many see it as a bold step towards a more secure, transparent and inclusive financial market. Okpeyemi Owosheni, TV360 News, Lagos.
Still on business, China's exports rose sharply in March after factories rushed out shipments before the latest U.S. tariffs took effect. But an escalating Sino-U.S. trade war has darkened the outlook for factories and growth in the world's second biggest economy. U.S. President Donald Trump has hiked tariffs on Chinese goods to hefty levels that many economists say will profoundly impact global trade flows and business investment. Trump levied 10% tariffs across all Chinese imports into the United States, effective on February 4, and followed up with another 10% in March, accusing Beijing of not doing enough to stem the flow of fentanyl into the United States. Right now, we'll go on a short break and be back with stock market updates. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's the first trading day of the week and the Nigerian equities market closed in negative territory, declining by 0.03%. The market capitalization now stands at 65.7 trillion naira. In total, 128 NGS-listed equities participated in trading, with 27 gainers and 25 losers. On the losing side, United Bank for Africa recorded the highest decline, with the price depreciation of 11.33% to close at 31 naira 30 kobo per share, and was followed closely by International Energy Insurance. At the close of Monday's trading on the Nigerian exchange, over 428 million shares were exchanged in 14,583 deals, corresponding to a market value exceeding 10 billion naira. And now, when this is compared to the previous trading day, which is Friday, the 11th of April, today's data reflects a 13% increase in volume, a 4% rise in turnover, and a 35% increase in the number of deals. Now switching to the global scene, U.S. shares joined the rally in Europe and Asia on Monday after the White House exempted smartphones and computers from U.S. tariffs. Our selected indices, the U.S. Dow Jones, the UK's FTSE, and Japan's Nikkei, all ended in bullish territory, as you can see on the screen. Now over to the foreign exchange market. The Naira traded at 1,565 naira to the dollar on the black market, and at 2,015 naira to the British pounds, and 1,670 naira to the euro, still on the black market. That wraps up both business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And on the foreign scene, Gabon's military leader, Brice Oligui Nguema, has won the country's presidential election by an apparent landslide, according to provisional results. The Interior Ministry said on Sunday that Nguema, who led a 2023 military coup, had secured about 90% of the vote. His main rival, Alain Claude Benze, had won some 3% of Saturday's vote, according to the initial results. Nguema, who had been instrumental in ending 55 years of dynastic rule of the Bongo family, was widely expected to win the 8-candidate race. Following his victory, Nguema spoke to journalists in his first international news interview, promising to restore dignity to the Gabonese people. And elsewhere, South Korea's impeached former President Yoon Suk-yeol has denied charges of insurrection as his criminal trial opened. The ousted leader argued in the Seoul Central District Court on Monday that his declaration of martial law late last year was not a coup d'etat. Yoon was formally stripped of office earlier this month after being impeached and suspended by lawmakers over his December 3 martial law declaration. If found guilty of insurrection, Yoon could be sentenced to life in prison or receive a death sentence. And on sports, Nasarawa United has been slammed with a 6 million naira fine and banished to Gombe State for their home matches following an attack on a Plateau United player, Vincent Temitope. The Plateau United player was assaulted, leading to cuts on his neck after some Nasarawa United supporters attacked him in a Nigeria Premier Football League game on Sunday. In a statement on Monday, the NPFL said the Solid Miners breached the rules of the football body for failure to provide adequate and effective security during the game. And Nigeria defender Bruno Onyemaechi has won the Greek Super League title with Olympiacos. The Red and Whites claimed the title after a 1-0 victory over AEK Athens on Sunday. Morocco international Ayoub El Kaabi scored the decisive goal for the hosts 10 minutes after the break. With 3 matches remaining, Olympiacos holds an unassailable lead at the top of the table with 66 points. Well, that's it on News Now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول يتذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Located just 18 degrees north of the equator, Sanya is China's tropical paradise. Agricultural experts are busy creating something with world-changing potential: high-yield hybrid rice. On Madagascar, a new harvest season is about to begin. Just the right time to showcase a new player on the Madagascan agriculture stage: hybrid rice. To date, this high-yielding rice developed in China has taken root in over 20 African countries. So far, it's been a story of unparalleled success, yielding fruitful results in the most important battle of them all: the fight against hunger. In fact, the China-Africa friendship resembles these crops. Everywhere you look here, as numberless as grains of rice, there are heartwarming stories of people striving to build better lives and succeeding. Zanzibar, situated off the east coast of Africa, world famous for its extensive coastline and stunning scenery, it's a renowned vacation destination. At Mnazi Mmoja Hospital in Zanzibar, Chinese doctor Jiang Guoqing is overseeing the preparations for a minimally invasive surgery. Dr. Jiang Guoqing has performed hundreds of surgeries just like this here. But today's procedure is different. It marks the first time his student, Dr. Baya Abdullah Rashid, will be in charge of a minimally invasive surgery. Baya Abdullah Rashid, 53, has been working at the hospital for nearly 30 years. He has trained with 18 Chinese medical teams and recently completed 10 months of intensive training in minimally invasive surgery. Under the guidance of his Chinese mentor, he performed his first minimally invasive cholecystectomy in 90 minutes. Baya Abdullah Rashid is also the second doctor in Zanzibar, Tanzania, to perform this surgery independently after training with Jiang Guoqing, the leader of the Chinese medical team.
So by this method of surgery, the patient will get better soon. So maybe by tomorrow the patient go back home, and after 2 weeks the patient will go back to their normal routine work. China medical team, it has been here since I was born. So we are so happy to have a Chinese team here. It helps us, it teaches us, it trains us to be good doctors to help our people here.
About 6,000 kilometers away, on the west coast of Africa, Guinea is home to a modern hospital that represents the hope of generations of Chinese and Guinean people. This is the China-Guinea Friendship Hospital. A Chinese engineer has suffered a sudden stroke. Treatment is needed with utmost urgency. Fortunately, Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is on hand to perform a cerebral digital subtraction angiography on the patient right away. Dr. Ibrahima Sori Soareze received 4 years of neurosurgery training at Huashan Hospital in China. This is the first time he's done an angiography since returning to his home country. A successful surgical procedure. Ibrahima Sori Soareze is overjoyed, and there's one person in particular he wants to share the good news with: his mentor in China. Good morning, Professor. I'm so glad today. This week I performed the first angiogram to diagnose a Chinese patient in my country. Now the patient is fine and awake. And that's not the only life saved by Chinese-Guinean medical collaboration. Generations of Chinese and African people have dedicated themselves to saving lives in Africa, fostering a bond that has endured for over half a century. For over 60 years, from deserts to grasslands, jungles to islands, from the sunrise over the Indian Ocean to the sea breeze of the Atlantic, more than 20,000 Chinese medical workers have journeyed to Africa. They've worked side by side with local medical professionals, saving lives, combating infectious diseases, and creating countless heartwarming stories of compassion going beyond the call of duty. China and Africa have jointly constructed 68 hospitals and 30 malaria control and prevention centers and have trained over 60,000 local medical professionals. The newly completed Africa CDC headquarters in the southern suburbs of Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, has become a landmark in the area.
Nice to meet you. I don't know if this is the appropriate venue for our meeting.
Dr. Rang Kaseya, Director General of the Africa CDC, welcomed a group of international guests.
And we believe that this building is playing a key role. We have the Public Health Emergency Operations Center, one of the largest ones in the world, where we are also providing trainings and support to all of our member states.
As a milestone project in China-Africa public health cooperation and the effort to build a global community of health for all, the modern new headquarters of the Africa CDC will significantly enhance disease diagnosis, monitoring, and epidemic response capabilities across African countries. The Africa CDC serves as a vast network binding together doctors and patients. On its shoulders rests a whole continent's hopes for good health. In short, it stands for nothing less than a milestone in the collaborative effort between China and Africa to build a global community of health for all. In the same year that the Africa CDC was completed, a modern diagnostic reagent manufacturing plant began operations in East Africa. The continent's ability to independently tackle diseases is already yielding results thanks to close collaboration with its partners.
So here is where we do secondary gowning because we are entering into production. This is important to us so that we avoid cross-contamination, the type of product that we put out.
As quality control manager, Lydia's job is to ensure that the products from the first automated diagnostic reagent manufacturing plant in sub-Saharan Africa measures up to the required standards.
So when it comes to the production of IVDs, the RDTs, the requirements are quite stringent. I had to work with one for our China partners in implementing through technology transfer.
Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, spans 240,000 square kilometers and supports a population of over 40 million. However, the Ugandan health sector faces an annual demand for diagnostic reagents of $200 million, with a shortfall of $83 million, even with various forms of support.
Uganda is going through an epidemic transition. Previously, we had a very high burden of infectious diseases, which were almost contributing to over 60% of the burden, which are really contributing the big burden of health in the country.
To tackle this challenge, the Ugandan government launched the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda initiative, aimed at promoting domestic manufacturing and boosting local consumption. It was within this context that Microhim Scientifics was established. While Lydia ensures high-quality production at MHS, Dr. Isaac Sawanyena, Director of Lab Science at Uganda National Health Laboratory Services, is set to validate the effectiveness of the diagnostic reagents produced by the factory. This is a crucial step towards the nationwide deployment of rapid antigen detection tests in Uganda.
So I'm going to pick a sample, you put here.
put here. And the tests that we are already getting out of them are of good quality. And we know that this plant in Uganda will go a long way to support the countries that are surrounding. It's a big relief that we are moving towards diagnostic independence, but when we're having local production, local manufacturing, it means that we are saving and we are providing diagnostics at a cheaper cost. One is Microhim Scientific that has been manufactured in Uganda with the technology transfer from Wonfo in China.
This efficient collaboration not only saves Uganda over $100 million annually in import costs for diagnostic test kits, but also provides high-quality, affordable diagnostic reagents to the entire African continent. From collaborating on the development of Africa's healthcare sector to strengthening ties in the health industry, patients, doctors, businesses and governments are all key participants and beneficiaries in building a China-Africa health community. In the pursuit of a healthier Africa, the people of China and Africa have shown tremendous goodwill, forging deep and lasting connections. Li Yuqing has lived by the Yellow River his entire life. Although his children have always wanted to bring him to the city, he still frequently returns here for a stroll.
我这光这待了30多年了。原来这是地啊，这个全是地，2公里嘛，3、4亩地就掏进去了。
Watching the place where he once lived gradually become desolate, Li Yuqing faced a difficult choice: to leave or to stay. What he finds hardest to let go of are the fond memories tied to this land. Over in Rwanda, young Mushimiyimana Leonidas once faced a similar dilemma.
My mother is in agriculture, so he don't have enough means for helping us. At that time, I struggled for paying the school fees at the university, at the same time looking how I can help my brothers and sisters.
Due to the low level of local agricultural development, farming could only meet the family's basic needs. Despite these tough conditions, Leonidas managed to complete his university studies, but he couldn't find a suitable job, making his dream of improving his family's standard of living even more distant. Fortunately, the challenges faced by both the Chinese elder and the African youth were addressed by the same solution: Juncao, a hybrid grass developed by Chinese agricultural expert Professor Lin Jianxi. In 2011, Professor Lin Jianxi led a Juncao technology team to Rwanda to work on projects designed to combat soil erosion and preserve arable land. The team also introduced local farmers to the technique of cultivating mushrooms using Juncao. This method, which had previously helped many Chinese farmers escape poverty, offered new hope to Leonidas.
I go back for looking at them, so I start to learn more about the technology. I start a business for producing mushroom using Juncao.
After 10 years of hard work, Juncao has completely transformed Leonidas's life.
We have a house to live. We have transport means. We have my kids, my 4 daughters. 2 of them, they are in secondary school now. So they from the starting, they studied in the high school.
Many farmers like Leonidas have now escaped poverty and started new fulfilling lives, all thanks to Juncao. Today, Chinese Juncao technology has been introduced to several African countries. the Chinese expert group has established Juncao technology demonstration and training bases in 8 African countries, including the Central African Republic.
J'aime la technologie Juncao. Vive l'amitié entre la Chine et la République centrafricaine.
Juncao can be used as a substitute for wood to grow mushrooms. It has become a happiness herb for African farmers, helping them prosper. Professor Lin Jianshi's team also achieved success with their erosion prevention project in Rwanda. Thanks to the findings they made there, they can apply the lessons learnt at home in China. Could Juncao help combat erosion along the banks of the Yellow River?
这个草聚集草种了100到120天啊，就能够把那个流动沙漠、流动沙丘啊，完全就固定下来。而且我们那个保护岸线，保护那个黄河这个岸线，也起了非常好的作用。
The team at the Yellow River Juncao demonstration base met Li Yuqing, who was concerned about the safety of his home. They decided to give priority to sand stabilization along the riverbank near his house.
那像小羊一样的，长这么高，1米多、1米2以后你就割掉，那时候营养最高嘛，1米2到1米5，割完以后它又长，可以割3到4茬。是啊。啊，那个它是越割它。
This solution not only alleviates Li Yuqing's worries, but also ensures he no longer has to stress about winter feed for his sheep, thanks to the Juncao, which is now starting to tiller. The happiness herb spreads its fragrance far and wide. The once uncertain African youth is now envisioning a much brighter future. In Rwanda, Kabuye Hill School is celebrating graduation season, and Leonidas is busy preparing for the ceremony. In addition to being the manager of a mushroom company, Leonidas has taken on another role, the principal of Kabuye Hill School. He hopes that his efforts will help pave a path of hope for Rwanda's future.
I would like to contribute to the community where I live to change the life by increasing education.
Small-scale yet impactful livelihood projects are a crucial aspect of China-Africa cooperation. These not just about helping the land sustain its people, but also about making the dream of a better life a reality. Day by day, these initiatives are becoming an integral part of daily life and touching people's hearts. With the seeds of friendship planted, they're bound to yield a bumper harvest of happiness in the future. Nkabinda Nokwazi Priti, a South African student studying in Nanjing, loves the cultural atmosphere of the Confucius Temple. She's also captivated by the tech you see everywhere in China. For her, China's a constant source of new and exciting possibilities.
How do you buy? You can buy on this machine.
I want this one.
You want the ice cream? It's 15.
Yes, it's fine.
For Nkabinda, who is studying mechanical and electronic engineering, the robot that makes and sells ice cream is fascinating.
It's open, right? Open.
The machine is very
interesting.
Yeah.
Remember I told you we are learning the robot? So I would take
Nkabinda hails from the Republic of South Africa, located at the southern tip of the African continent. Known for its spirit of inclusion and acceptance, South Africa is a nation that people admire. As the second largest economy in Africa, South Africa's National Development Plan 2030 emphasizes youth skills, education and training, aiming to build a stronger economy by nurturing more talent. In 2018, the South African and Chinese governments launched a training project. South Africa's Department of Higher Education and Training commissioned 6 Chinese universities to train 100 teachers in subjects like computer science and artificial intelligence for South African middle schools. As one of the government-sponsored students from South Africa, Nkabinde will spend 18 months studying in China.
When I got this opportunity, I was very excited because China is best known as popular in technology. So.
After completing their studies, Nkabinde and her classmates will return to South Africa. Equipped with knowledge, skills, and a vision of the future, they will mentor other aspiring young people, inspiring them to build a prosperous new South Africa. Franklin Mutisia, a teacher at the Luban workshop of Machakos University in Kenya, will lead the students in an important test today.
Object and activity description. Upon swiping from
Recently, he has been guiding students in developing an application aimed at help blind people become more mobile.
several posters on the wall behind him.
We do collaborate a lot, and our students were motivated to want to assist the students who study at the School for the Blind, and they came up with the application.
To help African countries train the specialized talent needed for industrialization, several Chinese vocational schools have established training programs in Africa. Franklin Mutisia is part of the first group of teachers trained at the Luban workshop at Machakos University.
The university adopted the engineering practice innovation project initiative through the Luban workshop, and we have seen a positive impact in how our lecturers deliver content. Especially engineering students are now able to tailor their projects or other research to the current industry standards.
Under initiatives such as the Belt and Road Initiative and the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation, China-Africa Vocational Education Cooperation has flourished. More than 10 Luban workshops have been established, helping tens of thousands of African youths find career direction. China has set up multiple scholarship programs to support outstanding African students studying in China and has trained over 10,000 African teachers. Additionally, vocational technical schools and training centers have been jointly established. Countless African youths have found their life direction and realized their aspirations, continuing the enduring friendship between China and Africa. Every morning, Max Yolando from Côte d'Ivoire leads a group of local young students as they run through the streets of Zambia. He also has a Chinese name, Yan Ming.
小的时候，我们看那个电影，学习功夫也是一个梦想。我就跟我妈妈说了，我说我长大的时候，我必须要到中国学习功夫。我在少林寺大概有5、6年，就专门的去学功夫，还有了解中国的文化。
This year, Max is taking his students to China for a global Kung Fu event. He hopes they will not only showcase the Kung Fu they have mastered, but also gain an appreciation of the cultural significance behind it.
我说功夫不是打架的。第一个，你要努力，不管你遇到困难，别放弃。第二个，你要做的不是为了你自己，为了 你的下一代，为了你的国家。
On July 12, 2024, hundreds of competitors from 47 countries and regions around the world gathered at Songshan Mountain in Henan. For Max and his students, it's a momentous day. At long last, they've come to the birthplace of Kung Fu.
不管你是赞比亚，不管你是马里，不管你是布基纳法索，不管你是科特迪瓦，我们都是在一起。到中国，也是属于做一家一样的。
Because it's amazing, and if you look at the competition, there's so many people from all over the world. Kung Fu unites the world. I think it's great.
It's very important. Yeah, I'm glad that they opened the gates for everybody.
This is more than just a competition. It's also a gathering, a forum for people from around the world experience the inclusive Chinese culture through Kung Fu. It's a connection that resonates deeply, transcending language, race, and nationality. Beijing's Hohai Lake has been a center for cultural exchange since the Yuan dynasty. Today it remains a vibrant platform for sharing the very latest and hottest trends.
Hello.
Every Wednesday and Saturday, a djembe band performs beside Hohai Lake.
那么今天我们就来先学习曼丁非洲鼓的3个基本音：东、都、哒、低、中、高。2012年第一次接触非洲鼓，从09年开始形成就是一个鼓剧的形式，现在15年了。我每次打鼓全年50多个星期，每周2次，几乎是不间断的。马里巴亚萨，哎，马里巴亚萨。
The djembe band has become a feature of life around Hohai Lake. Passers-by are truly captivated by the way the drummers freely express themselves through their rhythmic beats.
I 觉得收获最大的就是快乐，就是内心的快乐，
特别在 拍打这个鼓点的时候，能够特别激发人的内在的一种动力。
用自己的手掌和鼓接触，你就会感觉非洲鼓的那个声响和自己的身体是融在一起的。我觉得这个就太 amazing 了。
This is the essence of cultural exchange. It stems from pure appreciation, a love for all things beautiful. Friendship, which derives from close contact between the people, holds the key to sound state-to-state relations. The bond between the people of China and Africa is one based on a genuine sense of admiration. Over the years, this has evolved into a shared aspiration for a better life. It's this shared hope for health, happiness and fulfillment that has enabled the China-Africa friendship to take root in the hearts of both peoples. What's more, it's a relationship that's growing stronger and enriching more lives with every day that passes.
On the news, over 40 people killed in midnight attack on Zike community in Bassa, Plateau State. Governors reject coalition plans ahead of 2027 elections. And House of Reps sets up 19-member oversight committee amid Rivers State emergency rule. Welcome to News Now on TV360 Nigeria. I'm Simisola Adigun. We begin in Plateau State, where at least 40 people have been killed after armed men stormed Zike community in the Kwal district of Bassa local government area, north-central Nigeria. According to reports, the brutal assault began in the early hours of Monday, with the assailants shooting sporadically at residents. Community leaders say vigilantes responded to the attack and repelled the assailants, but not before 36 people were killed, with 4 more dying later. Some other residents sustained gunshot wounds and are receiving medical attention at the hospital. The latest attack comes less than 2 weeks after 52 persons were killed in some communities of the Bakwas local government area. Other victims were killed in the villages of Rui, Manguna and Dafo. And following the explosion of an improvised explosive device attack along the Damboa-Maiduguri highway in Borno State, Governor Babagana Zulum has reiterated his administration's resolve to decisively eliminate the remnants of Boko Haram and prevent any resurgence of insurgency in the state. The governor made the statement during a visit to victims of the blast who are currently receiving treatment at the hospital in Maiduguri. 8 others died in the incident. The explosion comes just days after the state government raised concerns over the increasing attacks on military installations and the continued occupation of Marte, Guazamala and Apadam local government areas by armed groups. Reacting to recent remarks by the Federal Minister of Information, Governor Zulum dismissed them as uninformed, saying that the minister lacks a proper understanding of the security realities on ground in Borno State.
IED explosion between Maiduguri and Damboa Road. But unfortunately, the road was closed for about 1 month. And I believe this is one of the reasons why the insurgents have decided to come and plant IEDs because of lack of vehicular movement along the road. But I want to advise the communities to be resilient enough. I want to advise the Nigerian army to be resilient enough, because there is no way people will travel a distance of 700 kilometers to go to Damboa. Ordinarily, from here to Damboa is only about 100 kilometers. So I'm aware of what has been happening, but I believe the matters arising shall be dealt with, and then we shall strengthen the resilience of the community, but we shall ensure that movement from Maiduguri to Damboa should continue. This will not deter us from following the road. I urge the Nigerian military and all other security agencies to beef up security along the road so that such incidents will not happen again.
In Lagos, 4 of the victims of Friday's explosion at a closed-circuit television dealer's shop in the Ikeja area are said to be in critical condition. This comes after one of the victims died on Saturday. The Lagos State Police Command had earlier confirmed that 5 persons had been injured in the explosion, which occurred around 6:35 p.m. Police Public Relations Officer CSP Benjamin Hundeyin added that the 5 individuals injured during the explosion were taken to the Lagos State University Teaching Hospital for treatment. In politics, governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) have dismissed speculations of a possible merger ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governors reiterated their positions at the 2025 PDP Governors Forum held in Ibadan, Oyo State on Sunday. The chairman of the PDP Governors Forum and Governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed, who read the communique after the meeting, said as a major opposition party, the PDP will welcome any other party, persons or groups that are willing to join the party with a view to wrest power and enthrone good leadership in 2027. Well, let's get reactions to the PDP's rejection of a coalition. A chieftain of the party, General Deyemi, joins from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Thank you very much for your time. Now, what's your reaction to the unanimous resolve by the PDP governors against joining any coalition or merger ahead of the 2027 elections? The party, however, says it will welcome other parties, persons or groups that are willing to merge with it.
The governors actually spoke the minds of virtually all the members of PDP. Because if you look at PDP has become a brand in Nigeria that cannot be erased in whatever form. Yes, there may be issues, there may be crises here and there, but that is not to say that you can underrate what PDP stands for or what PDP is. So if other political party, group, or whoever wants to join the party, they are all welcome. Not that the PDP as a political party will be submerged in other political parties. We are a brand name. If you look at APP, if you look at NNPP, they are child of PDP because their leadership emerged from that, from PDP to form, all these political parties. So if there is going to be a coalition, what the right thing is for them to come back to their home, which is the PDP. And that's exactly what the governor are saying. And we believe that they have spoken the minds of all the PDP members in the country.
Now, it's obvious that the PDP is keen on retaining its spot as an opposition party, but in light of its challenges, which you also mentioned, can the PDP withstand pressures come 2027?
Just like I said, 24 hours is a long time in politics. And don't forget that very soon we'll be having our national convention where we'll be electing new officials, to manage the affairs of the party. And for the mere fact that the governors are able to come together and meet, deliberate on the futures of the party, gives us give us the hope that all the crises will be resolved very soon. There's no political party in Nigeria that does not have its problem here and there. Even the ADC, the APC, the ruling party, they do have their crises, everywhere. The Labour, the NNPP, there's no political party. What makes a political party stronger is the ability to manage whatever is the crisis. How long it may be, how tedious it may be, how bad it may be, we still come back to the round table to resolve our issues. So as far as 2027 is concerned, we are getting ready and we will, reset our brains.
Mr. General Deyemi, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts with us. As always, we appreciate. Moving on, in the wake of the state of emergency declared in Rivers State, the House of Representatives has announced the formal inauguration of an ad hoc committee on the Rivers State oversight scheduled for Tuesday, April 15. The move follows the National Assembly's approval of President Bola Tinubu's emergency proclamation. The House spokesperson, Akin Rotimi, disclosed the development in a statement on Sunday, saying the move is in line with Section 5 of the State of Emergency in Rivers State Proclamation 2025 and pursuant to Section 11(4) of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to monitor implementation and ensure that governance in the state remains within the bounds of constitutionalism and rule of law. The committee will be chaired by Honorable Julius Ihobere, while Honorable Ali Isa will serve as deputy chairman. Meanwhile, the Rivers State government has expressed disappointment over the decision of the Nigerian Bar Association to relocate its 2025 annual general conference from Port Harcourt to Enugu and is demanding a 300 million naira from the body. In a statement issued on Monday by the Senior Special Assistant on Media to the Administrator, Hector Igbi-Kuobil, the Rivers State government acknowledged the NBA's right to choose its preferred venue, but faulted the association's suggestion that the current administration, headed by a sole administrator, is undermining democracy and the rule of law. The Rivers State government further explained that President Bola Tinubu had acted within the confines of his constitutional powers when he declared a state of emergency in Rivers State, following what it described as a collapse of democratic institutions in the state. And the decision of the sole administrator of Rivers State, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ete Ibas, to appoint sole administrators for 23 local government areas in the state is generating a lot of reactions. The move has sparked debate over whether he has the power to make such appointments, but the local government administrators have already assumed duties, while the issue is now a subject of litigation. TV360's Joy Uchejim has more on the story.
The appointment came less than 24 hours after a federal high court sitting in Port Harcourt had issued an order restraining Ibas from appointing local government area administrators. Despite the court order, the appointments were made, raising questions on the respect for the judicial processes.
The situation now in Rivers and actions and pronouncements of the sole administrator of the state points to the fact that the sole administrator is now playing politics. He seems to be overreaching himself and be playing politics of Rivers State by the actions and his pronouncement, because he seems to be upstaging, thwarting and removing all the existing structure that was planted by Sim Cobra, and replacing them with structures that are loyal to Isamwike. That is the opinion of people of River. I'm not on ground, but his actions, I know, goes beyond his mandate. The mandate was to hold peace in Rivers and not to upstage the structure. So, but what he's doing is that he's removing every appointee. So, are they not Rivers people? So, what is the ground for removing almost all the appointees that were made by the governor? So if anybody wants to argue that the people who believe that he's playing politics are not correct, what else is he doing? The mandate says, keep the peace in Rivers.
Ibas is due to appear in court to explain his action, but the issue is raising broader concerns about the potential erosion of democratic principles within the state.
There are always actors in place ready to exploit any signs of conflict. And the most important thing is to help the people develop solutions and ways to resolve it. The sole administrator has the primary responsibility to build confidence and do fence mending measures across the board. He's not there to judge one side as being right, that has been wrong. And I can understand why my colleague thinks that he's been political in that case. Because if he takes action that doesn't seem to consider how other people, the different perspectives in the state, you face this kind of consequence.
Meanwhile, Ibas has explained that the appointment of the 23 administrators was informed by the urgent need to strengthen governance following his personal assessment visits. He described their appointments as a recognition of their leadership capacity and commitment to public service. Joy Uchejim, TV360, Lagos.
It's time for a break. Still to come on the news, Gabon Junta Chief Brice Oligui Nguema wins presidential election in provisional results. We'll give you details shortly. Welcome back. Let's take you through our major stories. At least 40 people have been killed after armed men stormed Zike community in the Kwal district of Basa local government area of Plateau State, north central Nigeria. According to reports, the brutal assault began in the early hours of Monday, with the assailants shooting sporadically at residents. We also told you that governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) have dismissed speculations of a possible merger of parties ahead of the 2027 general elections. The governors reiterated their positions at the 2025 PDP Governors Forum held in Ibadan, Oyo State on Sunday. In case you missed any of our news bulletins, or for more updates, you can catch us on Limex World TV and AVO TV, or log on to our website on www.tv360nigeria.com. You can also follow us on our social media platforms on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube at TV360 Nigeria, or download our mobile app on Google Play Store, Huawei App Gallery, and Apple Store. On Facebook, we're at TV360 Online.
Corruption not in my country.
Cut. All right. What's your name again? Kemi?
Yes, sir.
Good. Are you ready for us for next week?
Yes, sir.
Next.
No, sir. No.
What? Look, what we need here is one who can speak fluent English. Give her a chance.
I need a angel to hold me. Hold me, my beautiful angel.
Cut! It is Angel, not Angel. Please, I'm done with you. Excuse us. Kemi was far better.
It's not about our rendition. It's not about our performance here. By the time she and her friends join us in our hotel rooms, you will know how far.
Can I have her phone?
She has a robust profile.
Real robust profile. I do not undercut professional ethics. It is an act of corruption. Not in my country.
Corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption.
Let's get some more news on business. Victoria Akonde has the latest.
Thank you very much, Simi. Welcome to Business News. Now, experts have lauded the Nigerian government's decision to officially recognize cryptocurrency as a security under the newly enacted Investments and Securities Act, ISA 2024, describing it as a landmark development that will protect investors and reduce fraudulent activities in the crypto space. With the signing of the new Investments and Securities Act 2024, digital assets like cryptocurrency are now officially recognized as securities. TV360's Opeyemi Owosheni has more in this next report.
After years of regulatory uncertainty, digital assets now have legal backing in Nigeria. The newly signed Investment and Securities Act 2025 classifies cryptocurrencies as securities, placing them under the regulatory authorities of the Securities and Exchange Commission. The move signals a major policy shift for Nigeria, where crypto trading had largely operated outside formal financial structures. The Director General of the SEC, Emomotimi Agama, says the new law will boost investor confidence and strengthen the capital market. He also tells investors to expect a level playing ground.
Legal recognition is very, very important. It puts us at an edge over a lot of jurisdictions, noting clearly that digital assets has come to stay. And so it is very important that any jurisdiction that wants to play in it must have some legal backing around it. More so for Nigeria, where the population of youths in this country are heavily involved in it. So it becomes of utmost importance that some clarity is provided. Beyond clarity is some legal backing. To note clearly that registration is the hallmark of regulation. So we expect that everyone involved in this space will approach the SEC for such activity. For those that have applied, we are reviewing the applications. So the SEC is poised to providing transparent, level playing field for all those that meet our requirements.
Financial analysts believe the recognition of digital asset means legitimacy and acknowledgement for cryptocurrency in Nigeria. Other stakeholders say this will improve the trust and activities in the Nigeria Stock Exchange.
I hope that it's going to be a collaborative form of regulation, not just maybe one that is just seeking fees, perhaps conformance with the laws that have been passed, but very, very collaborative. The industry in Nigeria is very, very nascent. It's growing, but it shows a lot of potential. I think in the globe, we're like top 3 in terms of adaptation for crypto assets and also for the tokens. So they need a regulator that understands that they are in the growth stage and need them to hold their hand and to guide them as they grow.
It's going to affect the Nigerian Stock Exchange in a positive way because more players will come in and the activities in the exchange will be on the upward swing because there's going to be more trust and confidence in the market, and investors can participate more than before. So the ISA 2025 is the way to go, and it's going to deliver more excellent performance in the Nigerian Stock Exchange.
While the full impact of the new law will unfold over time, many see it as a bold step towards a more secure, transparent and inclusive financial market. Okpeyemi Owosheni, TV360 News, Lagos.
Still on business, China's exports rose sharply in March after factories rushed out shipments before the latest U.S. tariffs took effect. But an escalating Sino-U.S. trade war has darkened the outlook for factories and growth in the world's second biggest economy. U.S. President Donald Trump has hiked tariffs on Chinese goods to hefty levels that many economists say will profoundly impact global trade flows and business investment. Trump levied 10% tariffs across all Chinese imports into the United States, effective on February 4, and followed up with another 10% in March, accusing Beijing of not doing enough to stem the flow of fentanyl into the United States. Right now, we'll go on a short break and be back with stock market updates. Stay with us. Welcome back. It's the first trading day of the week and the Nigerian equities market closed in negative territory, declining by 0.03%. The market capitalization now stands at 65.7 trillion naira. In total, 128 NGS-listed equities participated in trading, with 27 gainers and 25 losers. On the losing side, United Bank for Africa recorded the highest decline, with the price depreciation of 11.33% to close at 31 naira 30 kobo per share, and was followed closely by International Energy Insurance. At the close of Monday's trading on the Nigerian exchange, over 428 million shares were exchanged in 14,583 deals, corresponding to a market value exceeding 10 billion naira. And now, when this is compared to the previous trading day, which is Friday, the 11th of April, today's data reflects a 13% increase in volume, a 4% rise in turnover, and a 35% increase in the number of deals. Now switching to the global scene, U.S. shares joined the rally in Europe and Asia on Monday after the White House exempted smartphones and computers from U.S. tariffs. Our selected indices, the U.S. Dow Jones, the UK's FTSE, and Japan's Nikkei, all ended in bullish territory, as you can see on the screen. Now over to the foreign exchange market. The Naira traded at 1,565 naira to the dollar on the black market, and at 2,015 naira to the British pounds, and 1,670 naira to the euro, still on the black market. That wraps up both business and stock market updates. Back to you, Simi, for the rest of the news.
Thank you, Victoria. And on the foreign scene, Gabon's military leader, Brice Oligui Nguema, has won the country's presidential election by an apparent landslide, according to provisional results. The Interior Ministry said on Sunday that Nguema, who led a 2023 military coup, had secured about 90% of the vote. His main rival, Alain Claude Benze, had won some 3% of Saturday's vote, according to the initial results. Nguema, who had been instrumental in ending 55 years of dynastic rule of the Bongo family, was widely expected to win the 8-candidate race. Following his victory, Nguema spoke to journalists in his first international news interview, promising to restore dignity to the Gabonese people. And elsewhere, South Korea's impeached former President Yoon Suk-yeol has denied charges of insurrection as his criminal trial opened. The ousted leader argued in the Seoul Central District Court on Monday that his declaration of martial law late last year was not a coup d'etat. Yoon was formally stripped of office earlier this month after being impeached and suspended by lawmakers over his December 3 martial law declaration. If found guilty of insurrection, Yoon could be sentenced to life in prison or receive a death sentence. And on sports, Nasarawa United has been slammed with a 6 million naira fine and banished to Gombe State for their home matches following an attack on a Plateau United player, Vincent Timitokwe. The Plateau United player was assaulted, leading to cuts on his neck after some Nasarawa United supporters attacked him in a Nigeria Premier Football League game on Sunday. In a statement on Monday, the NPFL said the Solid Miners breached the rules of the football body for failure to provide adequate and effective security during the game. And Nigeria defender Bruno Onyemaechi has won the Greek Super League title with Olympiacos. The Red and Whites claimed the title after a 1-0 victory over AEK Athens on Sunday. Morocco international Ayoub El Kaabi scored the decisive goal for the hosts 10 minutes after the break. With 3 matches remaining, Olympiacos holds an unassailable lead at the top of the table with 66 points. Well, that's it on News Now. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you again next time.
في عدد كبير من المتهمين كانوا داخل السجون لفترات طويلة. عشان يحددوا لك الجلسة انت بتكون الليلة كاملة ما نمت. فنحن برضو بنجي نتكلم معاهم وبنطمنهم انه الحاجة اللي ربنا كاتبها لك ما بتفوتك، وانت قعدت زمن طويل ومنتظر اليوم ده. الليلة اليوم ده جاء وانت خليك جاهز له، والزمن اللي بديك له والقاضي ده زمن محدد. انت حاول تذكر فيه كل الأحداث واحكيها بنفس تفاصيلها عشان القاضي يقدر ياخذ قرار في الحاجة دي ويقدر يساعدك.
We hope that the government will prepare an implementation mechanism to ensure that the recommendations of the Judicial Reform Committee are implemented in a graduated manner, subject of course to availability of funds and availability of personnel. But this will lead to a comprehensive development and extension of justice system in this country, which all political parties and all parts of society agree is the utmost necessity of this country.
Good day and welcome to your favorite sport program on TV, 360 Sports. I am Mudashir Shitu. So in the next few minutes, we'll be looking at an interesting topic that's been one of the fastest developing sport in the country. And for those of you wondering that what's this in front of me, I mean, the cat will still leave the bag. I mean, I'll build the cat out of the bag right now because it's obvious that I cannot hide who my guest is. When it comes to archery, there's no other person in this part of the world than our national athlete and somebody who has invested time and resources for the development of archery in the country. He has done so well for himself and the country in winning medals for Nigeria. And he is the founder of Zen Archery Club. And this is the first time, you know, in a long while in the country that if you want to play football, you go to the stadium. If you want to play basketball, you go to the stadium. There's also something you can also do at the stadium. And that's where, just talking about archery, where there's first ever archery hub in any stadium, in any facility in Nigeria. And that's talking about Zen Archery Club. It's good to welcome the man behind it, Emmanuel Yeleke, in the building.
Thank you, Mr. Mudashir.
It's good to have you again.
It's really good to be here again, actually.
My question will go this way, my friend. What has been pushing you to always promote archery? It seems that should be the question because, you know, when we Google, we find out information, everything about archery in the country as a way of linking back to you.
What's pushing me to promote archery the way I do? I would say it's passion. I would say at some point it will be purpose also. Earlier on in my years as a teenager, as a developing adult, I found the role of sports in helping the career or the trajectory of a human. I found it very fascinating because it happened to me. I found sport early, and sports played a very vital role in my development as an adult. Even in my education, sports played a very vital role. I was in school on scholarship for 3 years in my university because I was engaged in sports. So today, I don't think I'll be who I am today without sports. And that's why it's important for me to promote sports, especially archery, the way I am doing it. So it's passion for me.
Well, at this stage that you've done so remarkably well, country, that anybody that wants to shoot or participate or practice archery goes to a stadium, and that stadium is the same Balogun Stadium, where we have the Zen Archery Club.
Yes.
What also propels you to do something extraordinary? Because it could have been off the stadium, it can have been elsewhere.
Yeah, I think this particular development, I would give thanks and I won't say the glory, but I will give glory to God and also the support that we've enjoyed from the Lagos State Sports Commission. It's been massive ever since the first time we announced that we were doing the Zen Archery Lagos Open Championship last year, and we invited the Lagos State Sports Commission to witness the sports spectacle. I think they've been really fascinated by all that we've done. They've supported us, thrown their weight behind us. And it's been when we approached for a space to practice or to put an archery facility, the reception was so amazing. It was like, oh, well, you know what, let's look around. Immediately we swung to action. Check wherever it is there is space for archery. Wherever the space is suitable, please let us know. would give you the support. And obviously the support of the Lagos State Archery Association has been really immense also. So it was a no-brainer. Bringing archery to the stadium would bring new crop of people, new footfall, a different demographics of people to the stadium, and it's just remarkable because the stadium is a hub of activity for sports, and now it makes it easy for people to be able to access the sports, and we've seen a lot of increase even in the inquiries we're getting. From people coming to play table tennis, coming to play volleyball, coming to play badminton at the stadium, to seeing archery, and everybody is coming to the archery range to ask us, oh, how do we join? How can we be a part of it? How can my son be a part of it? So I think it's really remarkable, the kind of collaboration we're able to have with the arm of the government. It's a public-private partnership that we're talking about now, and we're going to see it yield a lot of good results. So, yes.
Well, so also one aspect of archery that a lot of people always want to talk about, and that's talking about the young ones, the young lads, because the Southwest Games where archery participated for the first time. We're still going to talk about the Southwest Games. But how will this propel young lads to participate in archery?
Yes, I think the best thing we can do is to catch them young. We've seen the way the young lads, 11-year-old Mogbolade of Olafusi, of Zen Archery, of Lagos, you can see the performance, 11-year-old beating all the other contestants just because of the training that they've been able to inculcate, the discipline, and the way they've been able to learn the skill. I think if they keep this momentum, what we're looking at is in the next 4 years, in the next 8 years, we'll have athletes that will be competing on the world stage, even that will be able to win Olympic medals for Nigeria on the world stage, at Olympics, at World Championships. That's what we're looking at. I mean, far from it where, I mean, it's important, like you said, if you're trying to get someone to play tennis to an advanced stage, they will tell you that it's important for you to start early. Any sports, whatever it is, because early enough, these kids are able to assimilate faster. They don't have so much on their mind. They're able to concentrate more if they are passionate about the game, and that's the same thing that is happening with archery now. We did a boot camp last year, and that was where we discovered Mogbolade. Yes, and the brother actually. So since then they've joined the club at Ilupeju. The mom brings them to the club. They've been doing exceptionally well, and we've seen the results also. Mogbolade, only him won 4 gold medals for Lagos State. Yes, so it's remarkable, and that's the feat we can always repeat and put up even at international tournaments if we continue to nurture the talents and bring these guys up to perfect their skills.
So now let's start also, a lot of our viewers will probably know that the Southwest Games is a game that just took place in Nigeria, and when we talk about the Southwest Games, it's about the state under the Southwest region of Nigeria, and for the first time archery was involved, and not just involved as an exhibition. It was a score point record for the first time. That let's not clarify this. Has there been any national or regional event that archery has participated in, and is a point scoring event?
None that I know of.
None that I know of.
Yes, in recent history, I don't think archery has ever been part of any national games, vis-a-vis youth games or
National Sports
Festival, and has been a point scoring game. I don't think there's been any events like that. This is the first time it will be. Yes.
Obviously, that's the fact, and the fact is that the National Sport Festival has not made archery has not participated in the National Sport Festival before. But albeit I know that it has participated at the Youth Games as an exhibition game in Ilorin.
Yes.
I saw that. I was there, so I know it exists, but not
as a medal counting.
As a medal counting. So this is the
as
first
a medal
time.
scoring. No.
And what does it mean to the organizers of Southwest Games?
I think it just lends credence to the resilience and relentlessness of also the organizers, but I'll also say without the support of the Lagos State Sports Commission, we probably wouldn't have been able to achieve this feat, because when the Southwest Games was announced, archery wasn't part of it. So we had to lobby and make efforts and, write letters and proposals for archery to be, and make a case for archery to be included at the Southwest Games. And without the efforts of also the Lagos State Sports Commission, especially the DG Director General Lekan Fatodu, I don't think this would also be possible, because he personally put his word behind our letters and called the organizers that, oh, I want this to also be part of it. And I just don't want it to be just an exhibition game. I want it to be medal scoring. So we put all that effort in, and we've seen the results that he yielded. It was a colorful event. It was a fantastic event. And I know that because of this, going forward, archery would no longer be relegated as an optional sport, or we've also continued conversations even after the Southwest Games as to how we would have it been exhibited again, maybe at the National Sports Festival, right? And this is not in advanced stages yet, but obviously I'm sure there will be conversations for that to happen, and then maybe the next National Youth Games, it will be a medal scoring event at the next Youth Games. So we're making efforts for this to be possible. We're talking to the stakeholders and making sure that at least we're able to get the necessary support we need to take this game to the next level.
And I also believe the possibility of what you just said, because at the last Access Bank Lagos City Marathon, the governor of the state, Mrs. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, said that Lagos State will probably be hosting the next Youth Games.
Fantastic.
Next year.
Yes.
And obviously, archery definitely have to be a medal scoring and point.
Definitely.
So have you gotten to the stage that, yes, archery should be in the country?
No, definitely not. We are not yet there, but we're working assiduously towards getting there. I think there's so many things that are important. The skill is one thing. The buy-in of the stakeholders is one thing. Development of facilities is another thing. The necessary support from the public and private sector is also another thing. So all this, a combination of all this, is what gives rise to the success or failure of any sport. So we're working, even as a stakeholder, as we are, as a private stakeholder, we're working so much towards this in our own little way. We've put together a befitting facility at Teslim Balogun Stadium, which is one of the first steps that we can take in making sure that this dream comes to fruition. Facilities are important, and that's just a tiny slice of the dream, because the dream eventually, the dream eventually is to be able to have high performance centers dedicated to archery, for archery to be able to excel even in Lagos State and also in Nigeria as a whole. So it's a whole lot of things that we need to do, but we're taking steps towards it, towards getting there. Yes.
Well, to me, after covering and understanding archery for a very long time, it has been one milestone or the other.
Yes.
What we are seeing right now is the Zen archery.
Yes, that was last year.
That was last year.
Yes.
After then, we had
We've had a few
Southwest game.
No, we've even before then. We've had Abuja. We've had Arch Club.
In
we
Abuja.
have Shooters Club in
okay.
Abuja. We've gone outside Nigeria. We went to Cote d'Ivoire and we came second. Even with the Tizokata, we competed with other African countries. Nigeria was second at that event. We've had several other engagements. We've had the boot camp, which was organized, the youth boot camp last year, which was organized by Zen Archery. And more recently, last week, we had the Southwest Games. Yes.
And what was the next major event you should be looking for?
The next major event there will be two events. I would say the major launch of the archery facility at Teslim Balogun. That's the launch of the range and the archery arena. I won't let the cat out of the bag now, but we're going to launch the archery arena this month in April. But right after then, we've already started preparing for that. Will be the second edition of the Lagos Zen Archery Lagos Open International Tournament. Right now, last year it wasn't international, but this year we're training open. We're inviting other participants from other African countries to come into Lagos to compete for glory.
Okay, before we concentrate our time on that one you're talking about, we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, there'll be so much for you to know about what is coming up for archery in Nigeria.
Relax. That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now. Okay. Can I just see the IPO of this case? IPO. How are you? That is my brother, and I want him out of this station now.
Do you know the offense he has committed, sir?
What do you guys want for the weekend? Okay. Let me see your DPO.
This way, sir.
Oh, better. You don't know who is here. That boy is my brother, and I want you to assist me to free him.
The man found the gun, confessed to robbery.
Things like this happen. 200,000 naira for you.
Are you bribing me?
500,000 naira.
Robbery suspect?
1 million naira.
That is corruption. Not allowed in this division.
1 million.
Remember,
police is your friend. Giving and taking bribe is wrong.
corruption not in my country.
Stop corruption now.
Corruption not in my country.
Welcome back. Let's don't forget we have Emmanuel Yeleke here, the CEO of Zen Archery, still with us, and you can see the bow and arrow. It's bow.
Yes.
Is there an arrow here?
No,
there's no arrow. This is just the bow. Far away from what hunters use, but that's just the beginning. These years of. So now there's something happening in Lagos, and a lot of Nigerians we want to know. If you are thinking of where to practice archery, or you want to take part in archery, the Teslim Balogun Stadium is the place to be.
Absolutely.
And
absolutely.
Zen Archery has brought that to you. But tell us about Zen Archery 2.0, like I would like to call it.
Yes.
That is now an international event. Last year, I'm sure you'll be able to see some of the videos at the Teslim Balogun Stadium where it was just a national event. And there was many archery clubs came all the way from Nigeria, Ogun State, Abuja, Ekiti, the Southwest region, and some other part of the countries came there. And now what you're seeing right now is the Teslim Balogun Stadium, not yet completed, but that's the Zen Archery Hub at the Teslim Balogun Stadium. But we're now looking forward to the Zen Archery Lagos Open International.
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
It's going to be another spectacle, because last year when we ran the Zen Archery Open Championship, Lagos Open Championship, it was something that was novel. It was unprecedented. It had never happened in Nigeria. A few things that never happened. Obviously, a tournament of such scale. Such scale had not happened in archery in Nigeria. We never had the turnout. We had over 90 archers participating. That's pretty much all I've gone to some countries to do archery. That's the entire population of archers that they have in the country, in some countries. So it was remarkable that even though we ran that just 3 months into our existence as an archery club, it was that successful. It held in Teslim Balogun Stadium, but this time around we're throwing it open. We're making it international. We're inviting all our archer friends from all over. We've sent letters to different African countries, and A few of them have signified interests to come. A few of them have said, oh, because of financial constraints, they're not able to make it, but we're still expecting well over 150 archers, almost 200 archers that we're expecting. This time around, it's going to happen at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena, Unicon Stadium. It's going to happen from June 18th to 21st. We gave amazing prices the last time, but this time it's going to even be more because we're hoping to get more sponsorship. We're hoping to fill up the stadium on the last day. We're hoping that, I mean, we're trying to see if we can have collaborations also with some musicians to come in, make it a fun engagement for even the participants and the spectators. On the last day, we're going to have bands playing. We're going to have halftime shows, almost like a spectacle, halftime shows, calisthenics, different thing, anything that will make it interesting. Yes, and sensational is what we're going to have. And it's going to be a lot more standard this time because our standard last year and our standard this year, we've experienced a lot of growth from what we had last year, and it's just going to be amazing.
Massive.
It's going to be massive.
Let me cut you short.
Yes.
There. What caused the need to do a second edition?
What's the need to do a second edition? I think one of the major things that we can do in order to grow the sport in Nigeria is go outside so that people can see us. Is also have tournaments that even the athletes can look up to and say, oh, you know what, this is what I'm preparing towards. As I speak to you, some of the athletes have started training towards June.
Oh, okay.
Yes, and specific, measured, targeted training towards June, not just training because they love archery. So I think that's one of the effects that having regular competitions will have on the general growth of the sports. If there's nothing for you to look forward to, why should you train? Do you understand? But when there's a specific event that is prestigious that you can look forward to, we're making medals, not just medals that you buy off the market, making special, specific medals. So it's something of pride.
Signature,
yes, for you to it's a
so
personal
we can say
achievement.
2025 is probably the year of archery.
Absolutely,
from the
that's
Southway Games from the international Open Lagos International Open, to the launching of
absolutely
of the
absolutely.
orb and all
yes,
that.
Absolutely, we're looking to just blow up.
So there's
the
not
entire
definitely no
space.
excuse, especially those that stay in Lagos, that archery is not where it's to be found.
Oh yeah. So I think one of the things is we need to really make noise about archery because not enough people know about it. There's been, I mean, we've gone to the stadium and the reaction every time is, oh, so this game is in Nigeria. So this game is in Nigeria, and that's the reaction we've gotten from a lot of people, even where we go. I was in church last Sunday, and we did a demonstration in church, Fountain of Life Church. And everybody, even after the service, I became Brother Boo and Arrow.
Interesting.
Yeah, so if nobody, like people don't know that it exists. So we really need to take the gospel of archery out there. We need to propagate it so that enough people know about it. And when enough people know about it, then the great game will grow. Yes.
I won't let you go without you telling us this mechanized bow. I mean, what stuff is this made of?
So this is a composite where we have aluminium we have steel, we have carbon also. So this is a type of bow which is called the compound bow. We have different categories of bows. We have the bare bow, we have the recurve bow, we have the compound bow, we have the long bow, we have the traditional bows. We have different types of bows in archery. I mean, we have the kyudo, we have...
So is that any... does it mean there's one advanced bow than the other?
Well, I wouldn't say advanced, but I would say categories. So even when you go for competitions, you have to enter the competition according to the category that you want to participate in. So that's what it is. But this is a compound bow. The mechanism of a compound bow is that it uses limbs. This is the riser, but it also has pulleys to increase the amount of force or kinetic energy generated from the limbs. So you're putting your arrow here and you're drawing it back with
what's this?
That's called a sight. A sight is something that can help you focus on a particular target,
Okay.
and then you'll be able to eat the target. That's what this is.
The range you're having at
yes.
in Zen, what
yes.
range is that?
It's a, I would say it's a maximum 38 meter range.
Okay.
You can get 40 meters out of it, but I think it's still a very good starting point for anybody that wants to learn. We shoot about 70 meters at competitions, but the good thing about it is because we are right there in the stadium, whenever we need to train for 70 meters, we enter the main bowl. We set up there and we shoot 70 meters. Whenever we're training just for the club activities, we are within the range. So it's such a win-win situation for us. And I would mention something because we've since we've moved to the stadium, there's been an increased inquiry. I mean, there's been an increased awareness, and we find all sorts of people coming in and asking how can they learn. And because of this, we realize that there's some underserved communities where, because of the kind of game that archery is, we might not be able to essentially afford the equipment, afford the training. So we're creating another category. I wouldn't say category, we are creating an initiative of Zen archery, which would cater to having an academy or having a foundation that will pick up, that would receive entries for underserved children from underserved communities, definitely less than 18 years old, and would have cohorts for them where we can train specific talents, and then they can graduate out of that to become team members of Team Lagos, team members, team members of the national team, and can go on to do great things in life. So that's part of the plans going forward.
That plan will also be talked about, reported about on the launching of the
absolutely at the launch. We'll talk about it.
It's always good having you on the show.
Same here. Thanks for always.
Emmanuel Eleke has been doing so well for archery. I don't want to bore you with issues of administrations going on at the federation level, because I know what you do most of the time is just the promotion.
Yes,
of,
absolutely.
Of sport.
Absolutely.
Thank you for
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's always a pleasure being here.
It's always a pleasure to have you here too.
Yes.
Thank you very much. We've been talking with Emmanuel Oyeleke. He is the founder of Zen Archery Club and the first person ever to create an hub for archery in any stadium in the country. Before, we had the Zen Archery Club at the Tosin Balogun Stadium in Lagos. If you go to look for archery anywhere, you won't find it anywhere in the stadium. But with his initiative and the support of Mr. Lekan Fatode and also the Lake Chairman, who is the Chairman of Lagos State Sport Commission, the Sport Commission itself, the entire Lagos State government for giving that initiative. So if you want to practice archery, you just have to go to the Tosin Balogun Stadium in Lagos. And we're just looking forward to the launching of that hub. I'm sure you've seen some of the videos as you listen to us also. And let's not forget, we are having the second edition of the Zen Archery Lagos Open International, where we are having neighboring states and other states have committed to coming. And that will take place also, like the name indicates, in Lagos State at the Onikon Stadium come June. More of this and many more, we'll be letting you to know when the time gets closer. And this is how we're going to spend the rest of the day. Thank you for being part of today's program. And if you want to join us on all our social media platforms, you can join us on our Facebook account, X account, and not forgetting an Instagram and other accounts you have to relate back to you what we discussed today. I'm Mudashirshitu. Bye for now.
Como un facilitador comunitario, puedes ayudar a las personas, no resolviéndolo tú, sino ayudándolos a ellos a que resuelvan los problemas. Estas actividades que nos enseñaron me ayudó a arreglar una circunstancia aquí en la comunidad. Me enseñaron a hacer una pecera, donde como facilitador uno nunca debe de olvidar que debe poner las reglas y las pautas a la hora de empezar. Siempre tiene que haber una secuencia, un inicio, un desarrollo, un final. Así me di cuenta en qué momento puedo o no puedo hablar cuando las personas estén desarrollando todos sus temas. Los conflictos entre ellos, en qué momento puedo permitir que puedan hablar y en qué momento no, para evitar que los conflictos se aumenten. Y de verdad que surtió efecto, porque se resolvió un problema, un conflicto aquí en la comunidad. Entonces para mí fue un éxito haber aprendido algo de estas prácticas, porque lo traje a cabo acá a la comunidad. Me he dado cuenta que me he convertido aquí en un espacio seguro para la comunidad.